Recording in progress.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We're doing self-acceptance weekend, which is a continuation of the self-oriented classes, the self-esteem, self-image, self-worth. I think we began with abandonment, way back a little more than a year ago. And so this is just a continuing piece of that journey. You didn't have to do any of them before to do this one, but self-acceptance, you could look at all the things that we were doing was unwinding things to get to really that place of self-worth. And then self-worth, like a deeper version of that, becomes self-acceptance, accepting the negative aspects of ourselves, accepting the aspects of ourselves where we maybe have made mistakes. Sometimes we really judge ourselves very harshly about things that we've done or mistakes that we've made, and I'm always reminded of that phrase, evolution takes time, process, and mistakes, and if we're becoming a more spiritualized being, self-acceptance is a big piece of this, just to be able to accept, sometimes you eat the bear, sometimes the bear eats you. Sometimes we make mistakes, right? The thing is to learn from the mistakes, not to try to keep doing them over and over again. And so sometimes things from other people, things that people have said to us, situations where we've been in where maybe people have been harsh to us, have kind of pushed us to a place where, we think that some of these things are our fault. And you could look at it from the point of view of a child sometimes. At about the age of 8, the child can start going, oh, there is things going on in my environment. But until then, anything that happens to the child before the age of 8, the child always thinks that it's their fault, right? So that's why you see, like in movies sometimes, or maybe you've had family members where somebody's getting a divorce and the kid's like 6 or 7 and they think it's something that they've done rather than their parents not wanting to be with each other. It's, I'll be good, I'll be this, I'll be that. So we always have this kind of ingrained thing that when things aren't going well, then it must be something wrong with us, right? And sometimes maybe there is something a little bit wrong with us, but sometimes it's just the situation, the people around you, maybe it's not a good situation, and you just got to be able to say, I know what's me and I know what's them, right? And to not be able to take that on as part of a psychic impression that you then identify with. And if it has happened, the more you kind of accept yourself, the more you differentiate between what's other people's and what's yours. And what yours is, be it that it is a perception or that it's something that is realistic, right? Like, like for me, for example, being dyslexic, growing up through school, I found ways to manage, and through life I found ways to manage, and I've actually diminished it. But you should see me when I'm trying to do these the audiobook where I'm having to sit and read things. I'm like a teenager again, like stupid papers. I start going through this thing and I was like, there's areas in my life where the dyslexia makes amazing things happen, but then when I have to do the thing where I have to like look and read and be able to keep up with it, it just jumbles the words. It's just an area that I can't do, and it gets upsetting, and then I have to just kind of go, well, it is what it is. Like, there's some good things to it and there's some bad things to it. I see out of the box way more than most people. But at the same time, if I have to read something that's in front of me, like, I can read it, but it's like word salad. Like, it makes absolutely no sense to my brain. And so I have to accept that about myself, and be realistic with myself about it. Like, There's areas that I have to ask either for help or not do. And then there's areas where that same mechanism makes me be able to break out of the box and incubate something in a way that is different than most people. Like, it gives me a better ability to problem solve than what most average people have, right? So this becomes part of our journey. This becomes part of our self-awareness. It's easy to accept the good things, but those negative things, they're not all bad. But if you're constantly pushing them away, you don't get to harvest the good, and so it's a lot of that. There's always I kind of joke and go, sometimes, like the dyslexia, blessing and a curse. Like, I have to acknowledge both sides of that, right? So this isn't quite like doing shadow work, like in the Jungian sense where you're doing shadow self work. It's just, there's things that maybe frustrate you about yourself that sometimes we project onto other people. And this is the rule. I'm not saying that you have to use this, but this is the rule that I use for myself. If I start to get a little judgy about somebody, it's like, there's some of that in me somewhere, right? Like whatever it is. And so if you see somebody who's like super judgmental, the level or degree of self-awareness, or excuse me, self-acceptance, is not very high. When somebody can be very tolerant of the people around them, however different they are, even if they're going through difficulties, the level of self-acceptance is quite high. So it basically kind of changes how you interact with other people. And think about it like this: how many times has somebody said something a little snotty and it really like hit a button and made you upset, right? Really, what they said, regardless of what they said, is you don't accept yourself. Because if you accepted yourself, it wouldn't be such a surprise or a shock. It wouldn't be such a poke. Like, I remember one time there was this patient. It was back when I was working with the different psychologists, like the psychology group, and they had this patient that, like, nobody can handle this patient. Like, nobody can handle him, and I can't remember what disorder the person had, but he was just really super adversarial with the therapist. And I think it was like a court mandated thing, like you had to have so many hours of therapy or something. And so they go, would you be willing to see this guy? And I was like, sure, yeah, whatever. Well, we got into the session, we started going a little bit deeper, and then all of a sudden he started making these like really weird accusations and go, well, you do this and you do that. And at the moment I go, this is how he's triggering everybody. And so I heard, I didn't say anything, and he goes, did you hear me? And he repeated it. And I go, yeah, I actually think that's quite true. I am probably that way. And I said that to him 3 or 4 times. Within 10 minutes, I would say he went from being this like arrogant, insulting jerk to like a little 5-year-old kid. Like, it was like it not getting triggered, like, disarmed him like nothing else. And to the point where he would never come back and see me. He was afraid of me. And it was just because every time he would say something, I'd go, yeah, it's probably a lot of truth in that, and I wouldn't react. And the reason that I'm pointing this out is a lot of time when people are doing things around you that trigger you, they're protecting the parts of themselves that they haven't accepted. And it's like they're kind of managing. It's like me with my dyslexia. Like, I manage my dyslexia by memorizing everything in my head, doing everything in my head, doing math in my head, like everything I do in my head, so that if you presented me in a situation, I had this little process that I went through to be able to manage it, right? People who haven't accepted themselves to a certain degree, constantly do things to the people around them that trigger them on purpose. But it's not to be like, oh, I'm going to get you and put you in your place. It's just they're protecting the parts that they don't like about themselves, or the parts that are wounded or whatever. And you can almost see them as like they're not in a place where they've accepted themselves. And it can be a little bit more of a motivation of, the more that I accept myself, the more that I won't behave like them, for one. And two, when they behave that way, it just kind of passes through. It doesn't really, it doesn't hit that Velcro inside that makes you think about it and get upset about it for like days or weeks at a time, Anyway, probably better to do with experience than just explanation, but I thought I'd talk it out a little bit because, sometimes you say something like self-acceptance and it's like, oh, I think I kind of know what it is, but as you go deep, it really is just being okay with yourself, even if you're making a mistake. Doesn't mean that the mistake's okay, but doesn't mean you're a horrible person. It's just, yeah, you screwed up, right? And so on a deeper level, it helps you to not identify with the vehicles. The more that you practice self-acceptance, the more that you realize, okay, it's my body's doing this, my emotions are doing this, my mind is doing this, but I am the soul. These are just vehicles. I'm not identifying with this, right? So you just go, yep, something that my body does sometimes, something that my emotional body does sometimes. I get these weird thoughts going through my head sometimes. And just because they come up doesn't mean that you're acting on them, and it doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you that happens. Some of it's just being in the body. The body has very primal drives that you don't really have control over. You have to learn how to temper them, right? Lower emotions come up, and a lot of times you have no idea where they came from. Like anger can be one of them, where you don't know why you're angry, but you're upset. Some of that is physiology, some of it's past conditioning, you know, and then thoughts. Thoughts are based on instinctive responses that haven't been tempered. For some people, they're able to generate other thoughts, but a lot of our thoughts are just a chain reaction that happens from the body. And so, with that, what do you do with it? How do you process it? And can you see past it? Can you temper the body so that it doesn't quite have the impact? That takes time. That takes a lot of time, but it can be done. But we also don't want to have our perceptions skewed by just this accumulation of these instinctive responses. So anyway, enough chatting. Let's just get down to it. Okay, so first we're just going to do awareness. And really, awareness is not being aware of your surroundings so much, but being aware of yourself, being able to observe yourself, and sometimes being able to differentiate yourself. And then go back to this spiritual teacher, Sadhguru, and one time he was going over to somebody's house, one of his people, and he sat in a chair and he sat there for a moment. I've told the story several times, but I'm telling it again. He sat there for a moment and he said to the person, "Do you worry?" And the person was like, "No." And he was like, and they were having their conversation. He goes, "Really, you don't worry? You don't sit here and worry?" And the person's like, "No." And he's like, And he said it one more time, like, are you sure you don't sit and worry, maybe even unconscious? And the person's like, "No." And he goes, when I sat down here, I began to worry. And he said, "That's not me. Something in the environment." And the person goes, "I don't worry, but she does." The wife, would sit in that chair and worry when the kids were out, on a date or whatever. So she would sit and wait for the kids to come home. They had two girls. And she would sit in that chair and worry. And so the meaning of this, the reason why I'm bringing it up is he sat there and began to worry, but he realized, or he was aware, he had self-awareness that that is not me. That is something from the environment. Something in the environment is triggering the worrying because that is not my normal behavior. And so, a couple of minutes of asking questions and he realizes I'm sitting in a chair where somebody sits and worries, 2 or 3 times a week. So that self-awareness differentiates the things that are happening in the environment to what is like really more truly you, right? And so, think about when you're telling a story to somebody and they start giving their perspective or they start saying this or that or don't do this, don't do that. Without really some self-awareness, we kind of take that in as like some sort of truth or some sort of direction when it's just their reaction, right? Think about like, oh, I just got a new puppy. Oh, my friend got a new puppy, got hit by a car, and then the kids were devastated. My other friend, they had a puppy, it ran away. They spent thousands of dollars trying, those are just some weird experiences that person has, but they shared it, and then it makes you think like, I don't know about this puppy. It's just awareness of what is you and what is them, right? That's their experiences. Doesn't mean you have to take that on. But without awareness, we tend to take it on, right? So we're going to go through and we're going to do a little process. So here are choices: Angelica, Arnica, Jamarosa, which is in the Palmarosa family, and Caro, Palmarosa, and then Arnica complex. So here we're going to have somebody come around. Yeah. So dig that up. For those of you that got the kit, we're using Jamarosa. Jamarosa is very fortifying to the solar plexus, which is about the self.
How do you spell that?
Jamarosa.
It's very.
Fortifying to the solar plexus. Yeah, which is about the self, Palmarosa is a bit more fortifying to the heart. Jamarosa is more to the solar plexus. Either Angelica, root or seed. Okay, so you're going to begin inhaling. Just inhale it for a little bit. Take long, slow, deep breaths. You're not even directing it anywhere right now. You're just taking long, slow, deep breaths. Everything good over there? Just kind of make friends with the plant, the scent. Get used to it. Mhm. Jamarosa, for the ones with the kit, it's also very soothing to the nervous system, like some of the other plants, like lemongrass. Okay, now just be still. Now, the center for awareness, right? The center for awareness is the forehead, where the hairline is, right? So you could be aware of things in the environment, but even more so aware of ourselves, aware of like our inner processes, our inner workings, right? So sometimes a person, you'll be aware of the things going on, but you'll also be a little bit aware of the things in your head. That is a process. Sometimes we're just aware of out there, and then we're just aware of in here. And then there starts to be a little bit of a bleed over where you're aware of things out there, but you're also aware of things going on in the head. This is the process of like a merging that happens between your inner awareness and your outer awareness. And for most people, it's like either out there or in there. And then there starts to be a little bit of overlap. And then over a period of time, there is no separation. There is just your inner and your outer world are kind of the same, right? There is no differentiation. And the more that you practice this, going with your forehead, having sustained awareness, and then going to your spine, right? Because your spine is how you interact with the environment. Information is coming in, going in through the body, hitting your spine, your spinal cord, going up to your brain processes it. You make a choice, it goes back down the spinal cord and then is expressed, right? So how you're interacting with the environment is through the spinal cord and then the brain, right? So in esoteric practices, the spinal cord is part of your mental body. It's part of how you process information from the environment, right? And it's also expression. Yes, it's tied to chakras, but part of the expression is being able to move your arms, being able to move your legs, walk across the room and say, you don't get to say that to me, and then walking away or hanging up the phone or, whatever it is, right? And so the spinal cord plays a significant role here. So the more you become aware of your spinal cord, the more you become aware of these little nuances that a lot of times we're oblivious to. You become more aware of a pattern, or in the middle of somebody triggering you, you go, this is their stuff. I'm not going to act, right? Or I'm just going to be silent. Or, it's like that person who, to prevent going deeper in therapy, he would try to trigger the therapist. And every time he would do it, I was like, yeah, there's probably a lot of truth to that. It didn't matter how obnoxious it was. I'd go, I think you're right. Like unzipped him in like 10 minutes. Like, but you could tell he was really good at avoiding himself. He was really good at it, So it wasn't so much that it was like this adversarial thing. It was like, by me not being triggered, it became an interactive thing between the two of us to where I didn't help facilitate him running away from himself. That's all that was. That's all it was. I just didn't give him the avenue to run away. Right. And so it even changes your perspective of what's happening in the interactions. Somebody's really upset about something that you're doing. They're upset about something usually about going on in their life. You know what I mean? Even the person where they're like, my friend got a puppy, they're saying, even this friend that I knew, there was something that happened that caused me a little bit of pain, a little bit of discomfort. Don't do it. Right? Like, don't do it. It's because they're turning away from some pain or some trauma that happened to them. And no judgment. Like, people do that. Like, that's okay. But for you to be able to go, that's them, this is me. That's what we're shooting for. It's not really so much about we got to accept our negative things. I find that it's more about, if you're aware of who you are You don't have to accept other people's negative viewpoints of you. You know, that's, I think, huge. Okay, so begin inhaling. You're inhaling the oil. Your awareness is on the forehead, where the hairline is. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, just let it go for a moment. Just be still. Pay attention to your spine. Like, look at your whole spine. Is there an area where the spine feels heavier or denser? If there's a dense or heavy area in your spine, put your awareness on the spine and just sit with it. Just be aware of it. And now begin inhaling into that part of your spine. And then just be still. Just be still. Go back to the forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. Take some long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your forehead. Inhale the oil in through the nose, out through the mouth. Pause and be still. Boy, I have a morning voice today. Just pause and be still. Again, your awareness is on your spine. Check in with your spine. And then begin inhaling the oil, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your spine. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Let's practice some awareness. So you're not going to inhale, right? You're just going to practice awareness. Be aware of your body. Be aware of where your body feels good, where it doesn't feel so good, where it feels heavy, where it feels tight, where there's pain. The tendency is the areas that are in pain usually hold our awareness for greater periods of time. We tend to check in with that area, or it's always on the back of our mind. So just sit and observe it. Now be aware of your emotions. How do you feel right now? think of times where, family or a friend, something at work where you get a little agitated, you get little riled up. Sit with the feeling now rather than in the moment and see just what exactly am I feeling? Am I feeling abandoned? Am I feeling hurt? Am I feeling I'm being talked down to? I have to share this little story with one of our employees. We live in this little tiny town, and our employee has like is he 10 or 11? Like he's 10. And she said something to him, and he got kind of sad and, like, I don't know what you would call it, kind of pouty. And she goes, "What's wrong?" He goes, "I don't like it when people use reverse psychology on me." And I was like, how aware is that kid at 10 years old? Like, for one, knowing that somebody's using reverse psychology on him, and like he could identify his feelings, but in our little town, we live in a town where there's a spiritual center, a university there, and they start teaching their kids to meditate very young. And so he has awareness like, I don't know, I even knew reverse psychology until I was in my 30s. And so I went to even share this to one of my friends who's in her mid 40s. And I was like, he said, "Don't use reverse psychology on me." I go, "Can you imagine 10 years old? He already knows what reverse psychology is." And she goes, "What's reverse psychology?" you know, like even as adults, like sometimes we're not aware of these things. And this is a person who's very aware. It's just she had never heard the term before or whatever. But uh, being aware of how you feel in the moment kind of is a way of liberating yourself. Like, oh, I'm feeling, other than just the emotion comes up and you act on it. Like when this person does this, this is what I'm feeling. I'm feeling, you know, talked down to, abandoned, dismissed. I'm feeling bullied, whatever it is. And it allows you to almost kind of form a little bit of a strategy when this person does that. I can just say no. Like I don't have to be reactive, right? And so it's good to know like how you feel in the moment. But if there's situations where you're like, uh, around this one person, I'm really super reactive. What is it? And then you sit with the feelings, and it's not that you're trying to make something up with your mind. It'll just come to you. It's like you send an email and all of a sudden, boom, it drops in your inbox. Oh, yeah. I'm feeling a little abandoned right now. Cause like a perfect example, when I was doing a lot of work in the corporate setting, the people I would work with would say, there's a lot of stress. But then when I'd say, tell me the symptoms, not the interpretation, just the symptoms. And they would tell me, and I would go, they actually are feeling abandoned, or there's the threat of abandonment. And that's what they're calling stress. So it's not about stress management, it's about abandonment management, right? And sometimes when they would realize, like, oh, it's about abandonment, and they had assessed their situation, they'd get a little sassy. Like there was this one woman, she was doing the work of three employees. Like it's a new company that was opening up, and the way that they managed her was they always kind of threatened abandonment. Like you don't get invited to this meeting, you don't get to be told the secret piece of information, everybody else does. It was just a lot of BS stuff like that. And when she realized it was not stress, that abandonment is what she is feeling. And then I talked her out. I was like, it will take them 3 employees to replace you, like 3. And when she got it, she became sassy and just got it in everybody's face. I'm going to need a raise. I'm going to need you to do this. I'm going to need, like, it just, because she was like, all this stuff that they're doing, it's all BS. They need me way more than I think. And it like kind of empowered her, right? To the point where I was like, pump the brakes, don't get too sassy, because somebody will make an impulsive decision, right, to get rid of you. I was like, just get what you want, but do it in a proper way, right? But being aware of your feelings in the moment is great. But if you have difficult situations, practice awareness of what am I really being triggered by? What am I being upset by? And a lot of times has nothing to do with the person or the situation. It's, uh, people always do this to me. Like you'll probably have some phrase like this always happens, some version of that. And it is a bit empowering to go through and do this. So when you're sitting here thinking of your emotions, be aware of your emotions, but go to times where you feel insecure or you feel triggered or somebody always makes you upset, whatever it is. Sit with those feelings for a moment and just like almost like observe them like you're a scientist trying to figure out what's going on with the experiment. Okay, you can just let that go. Let's go back and do inhalation again. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then move your awareness to the spine. Be aware of your spine. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on your spine. And then pause and be still. Again, reflect on your emotions, on your feelings. Again, go to situations where you get triggered or you get upset or you feel hurt, especially if it's with a particular person or a particular situation. Just observe the feelings. That's all you're doing. You're not trying to figure anything out. Just observe. Now be aware of your thoughts. Be aware of your thoughts now. What's arising in your mind? Is there something repetitive? Okay. We're going to do a thing called the materialization breath. And let me do a demonstration. So basically, you're going to take your bottle, or if you got it on your hand, you're going to take it, you're going to put it to your chest, right? Then you're going to put your head down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. So you're exhaling through your mouth, you're inhaling through your nose. So, and then up, exhale. So why is this called the materialization breath? So let's just talk about the mechanics. I know that I've talked about this before, but still I find it interesting with what we're addressing, right? So part of what you're doing is you're materializing light, right? Just you're materializing light. Now, if you're thinking about something, you're visualizing a particular issue or a goal or an area that you want for healing, you're materializing light into that situation. But think of light as the fuel that helps evolution happen, right? So a lot of times when we have a situation where we feel stuck because it lacks light, right? If it had light, it would have movement. When we feel stuck, there's no movement, there's stagnation. We're just in a holding pattern where we're in an area that is lacking the light or the fuel to evolve out of that situation, right? So now, as you put your head down and you then move your head up with the breath, part of what you're doing is you're taking the energy from your lower centers, right, associated with your lower nature, and you're moving it up to the higher centers, which is associated with your higher centers, right? As this begins to shift, your ability to transmute things in your emotions, in your body, in your mind become elevated. When you are stuck in more of your lower centers, you're stuck to the drive of the lower nature, and it's the tendency to to repeat patterns. It's the tendency to have like power struggles. It's the tendency to do things that maybe are self-destructive, right? So as you move the energy up, you're able to change your perspective, and you're able to transmute some of those lower drives that are not something you chose. They're more primal, right? It's not like you chose, like, you know what, I'm going to get really angry at this person for a reason that's, I don't know, might be rational, might be irrational, but I'm going to get really super upset and lose control. Nobody ever goes into that thinking that, right? Everybody's just there, and then they go, I'm going to lean into it, right? I'm just going to run with it, right? It's not that we choose it. We have this like instinctual response that eventually we try to make sense out of, or we act on, right? So by going through and doing this, when you're working these processes, you're diminishing the tendency for the lower drives to be calling the shots. You're increasing the upper faculties to call the shots. You're increasing your ability to transmute, right? You're increasing your ability to transmute whatever this lower primal thing is, even if it's their primal stuff, right? Because their primal stuff will trigger your primal stuff, right? And so, think of like when somebody's being a real jerk and they come into you, and all of a sudden you say something snotty back and you're like, oh, that's not me. No, that's them, but they brought you there, right? They brought you to that snotty place, right? So there's that component, right? Now, when you have thoughts in your head, right? Sometimes they're filled with light, sometimes they're a little bit of light, sometimes there's no light in them at all. They're just like a story, right? So this motion of up and down like this, when your head is down, you're activating the forehead, right? So this is access to the inner world, but this is also awareness. When you move your head back, you're activating the back of your head. This is how you process information. This is how you integrate things into the mind. When you activate both of those together, the byproduct is it breaks down the negative or repetitive thoughts in your mind, right? So if you were doing meditation processes with your awareness on the forehead and the back head, you're doing a practice of breaking down thoughts that arise in your mind, right? However you want to call it, that's what's happening, right? Now, by going through and doing this motion, you're accelerating the process for your energy body to break down this negative way of thinking. It doesn't break everything down, it breaks down the things that don't have light in it. Esoterically, they refer to them as empty shells. There's a thing, but it lacks light. So it's a shell of something, right? It exists, but it lacks light. So when you go through and doing this, you're literally just crunching and breaking down those empty shells, right? Those things that are thoughts, but they lack light. When they lack light, they become repetitive because they're of the lower nature, right? They become repetitive, right? That's why it's hard to get those repetitive things out, is they come from the lower nature, and there's an energy to them that's just about repetition. Think about it. You have somebody that you love, or you're doing some devotional practice, or you say some mantra, you have to work at making it repetitive, right? Because it's light. Like, so you just keep doing this pattern, and you get to experience the benefit of it. But it's the negative things that just go rah, 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 rah. It's not like, oh, I really love this person. Rah, 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 rah. The mind doesn't work like that, right? It's tied to these lower primal drives. That's why it's repetitive in nature, right? As soon as you shine light on it, it breaks it up, right? So with that, there's another component. The head down and the head up, the front throat, you're accessing your lower mind. You're accessing the part of the mind that is based on past experiences, things you've memorized, your past conditioning, opinions. tied to a bit of the repetitive thinking. You know, it's the critical mind. It sees everything in pieces. Like it doesn't see the big picture, it just says piece, piece, a piece. There's a piece, there's a little piece, there's a bigger piece, but everything's in pieces, right? So when we're stuck in this particular area, it's paralysis through overanalysis. Oh, I don't know what to do. Should I go left? Should I go right? If I go right, there's all those things over there, but then I miss out on the left. If I go left, there's that thing over there on the right that I want. Like, you know, you just are grinding on all the details, right? So that is tied to this, right? We want to bring light into that, but part of why this is like that is because of the backside, the back throat, right? The back throat is tied to what you would call pre-conscious thoughts. Pre-conscious thoughts, which means they're not really in your head, but they're in the staging room, right? You know, they're in the green room waiting to come aboard, right? So if somebody says, like, who is your fifth grade teacher? Wasn't around in your brain, but you're able to go, oh, that was, you know, Mrs. Gonzalez or whatever. Boom, you brought it to your awareness. So it's things that you can access, but not necessarily something that's always in your head, right? But it's in the staging area, right? So when you are going from here to here, this opens up the lower mind to allow things to come to the surface that then the light can come in and break it down, right? When your head is down, like this, it opens up the back throat. So it allows things to come from the pre-conscious mind into the conscious mind to then be filled with light. So the act of going like this, you're literally bringing things that you're attached to or entangled with to the surface so that you can infuse it with light, right? So this is tied to materialization. This is tied for healing. In any sort of thing where you're trying to overcome an obstacle or a goal, or it's even tied to certain types of devotional practices where they'll sit, they'll look at the deity, and then they'll do this practice, right? So here, you're trying to bring light into those areas where you feel repetitive, stuck, stagnant, triggered, whatever it is. Like, I kind of don't know what's going there. You don't have to figure it out to move out of it. You just got to bring light to it. Like if you go into the closet or into a room, you don't turn on the light, you go, I don't know what's in here. I don't know. I might need something in here. I don't know what to do about it. You shine a flashlight or you turn the light on, then you can see, right? Same thing here. You're bringing something to the surface, even if your conscious mind doesn't go, that's a problem. The light will go to where it needs. It'll go, you brought it to the surface, it just starts to fill it full of light. Over a period of time, you'll have interactions with this person and you'll go, yeah, I don't feel as triggered. I'm annoyed, but I'm not triggered. But this is how I need to handle this person. I need to ignore them. I need to not say anything. I need to do a boundary. I need to say something nice to them. I need to, whatever it is, One time I was traveling, this is just a simple example. One time I was traveling and, I was at the airport, I'm going to the ticket counter and actually it was what I was here. It's when all those tornadoes happened. And so planes were canceled for 3 or 4 days because, the town had been hit by a bunch of tornadoes. And, everybody's delayed, everybody's upset about it, whatever. And so by the time I got to the ticket counter, this woman that I witnessed had been yelled at probably 6 times before I got to the ticket counter. She's just trying to get people to a place. She didn't cause the tornadoes, but everybody's yelling at her. And so when I got to the ticket counter, she said some really obnoxious things. And my first thing was like, and then I was like, in that moment, I was like, she is having a really crappy day. I didn't even say anything. I just put my awareness on my heart. And I was just like, I'm just gonna, let this woman have space and not be pushy or whatever, because everybody's being pushy. They won out of town, yesterday. I just put my awareness on my heart, and I was getting ready to say something. And as soon as I did that, she went, and then she just looked at me for a minute. She goes, "What can I do for you?" And I was like, "I don't know. What can you do for me?" And we laughed, and she went over and above getting me where I needed to go. But it was just because I shifted myself, and that made her shift. Sometimes it's literally as easy as that. And we always think like, I want them to understand. I want them to do this. I want them. It would be amazing if that happened. It rarely does. It rarely does. You know, you can put it on your wish list, but you know, a lot of times if we just adjust ourselves, we affect the environment to a much greater degree than we realize. Having this awareness or being able to bring light into this situation like this can be a game changer in certain situations, right? So if there's a particular situation you want to think about it for a moment. If not, just let your mind be quiet, and we're going to go back through and do this. So just take a moment and reflect. And then bottle to your chest, chin down, inhale through your nose, hold your breath, head up, exhale. Head down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Just be still. Let your breath regulate. Keep your eyes closed. Just let things incubate for a moment. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Inhale, move your head up. Exhale. Down, inhale. Up, 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 exhale. Just be still. Let your breath regulate. Keep your eyes closed. With your eyes closed, just being still. Don't do anything in particular, but observe the thoughts that arise in your mind. If you're just being still, what kind of things start to arise in your mind? Just observe them. What is arising in your mind? Bottle to your chest. And do 8 or 9 just on your own. You can go your own pace. And then just be still. Keep the body still. Your eyes are closed. What arises in the mind? You're not trying to think of something. You're not trying to fix something. You're not trying to manage anything. You're just being still. Now, your awareness is on your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. This is a center that has a transmuting effect, especially on emotional patterns. Your awareness is between your shoulder blades. Take some long, slow, deep breaths with the oil in through the nose, out through the mouth. When we become greater, have like greater awareness of a situation, the first wave, the first level is being able to perceive it with the heart, to perceive something that's beyond the mind, outside of the mind. Then eventually the heart begins to experience it, then the mind can process it because now it has an experience. How it moves from the heart to the mind is through the back heart. So not only does this have a cleansing effect, it has an integrating effect into the mental faculty. You're physicalizing into the mind this new awareness. And then just be still. Be still, let the inhalation go, pause, just let it incubate. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Begin inhaling, just taking some long, slow, deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. You're inhaling the oil in through the nose, out through the mouth. And then just be still. Let it incubate. Okay, just shake it off for a moment. So we kind of did like a long version where we sat and we did reflection, and I was chatting and yakking about this and about that. Let's go through and do this process again, but we'll just do it real time. Like if you were to do this at night, like right before you were going to bed, you're like, how can I do like the normal everyday version rather than the 5-hour version, right? So you have your oil, close your eyes. We're going to do this just like a normal version. Your awareness is on your forehead. Take some long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your forehead. You're inhaling the oil in through the nose, out through the mouth. Now move your awareness to the spine. If you feel it in a particular area of your spine, your awareness is there. If you don't really feel anything in your spine, your awareness is on your whole spine, from the base of your skull down to your tailbone. Just pause and be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Inhaling the oil through the nose, exhaling through the mouth. Move your awareness to the spine. Just be still. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. Again. Excuse me. Bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Mm, mm. And then just be still. Your awareness is on your back heart. Just let it be on your back heart for a moment. And begin inhaling in through the nose, out through the mouth with the oil. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then just be still. Again, your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Inhaling the oil through the nose, exhaling through the mouth. And then just be still. Just let it incubate. You're just pausing, letting go. Just be aware. You can pay attention to the things that arise in your mind, or just enjoy the silence. Okay, what did you notice? We're going to share experiences, ask questions just about this process. You can unmute yourself or type in, or you guys just raise your hands if you. How'd you do, Tracy?
I'm just about back.
Right. So somebody here said, like I could see her. I don't know that you're struggling with it, but you just kept winding down, 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 down. She said, they said she's about ready to pass out. But
Seeing her main thing when a lot of times when I'm putting my attention on my spine, even this meditation I did this morning, when I focus on my spine, it's always in my back heart. Kind of area.
yeah, so he was saying that like whenever he puts his awareness on the spine, it's always in his back heart area. We usually have a spot. It's going to be different for different people. It might be in the low back, it might be up in the neck, it might be between the shoulder blades. It's again, you're interacting with your environment through the spine. And so sometimes things have just hit that area a little harder. Usually if it's down in the low spine, it tends to be a little bit more about whatever it was destabilizing. So your spine in the lumbar area will tighten up to try to stabilize the whole spine, right? Usually up between the shoulder blades, it's more about like how it makes you feel. Like you know what I mean? It is literally about the heart. Like I don't want to integrate this because it hurts or somebody's being mean, it hurt my feelings, stuff like that. You'll feel it more in that area between the shoulder blade. The mid back, um, I find that it's more just like action or activity oriented. Like I had a goal and a deadline and I didn't meet it, or people keep getting in my way when I'm trying to hit my goals or my deadlines. It's very not so much survival oriented, but like action oriented. I wouldn't call it dynamic activity, but it's usually like obstacle related kind of. Um, the bones in the neck, it could be a wide range of things because by the time it gets up into the neck, it could be also a byproduct of what's going down in the lower part of the spine. So it's not always about like, thinking and stuff like that. Um, you could say that part of what happens in the neck especially is we sometimes adjust our posture to handle the bombardment from something from the environment. And so it might be that it's like more of a protective mode, or there's some version of that. I wouldn't say necessarily protection. You could say almost situation oriented. Like I don't want to use the term entanglements because it's not completely like entanglement, but like how a situation might weigh on you, you'd probably feel it more in your neck than you'd feel it like in your back or your low back. If it was destabilizing, you'd feel it in your low back, but it's just like, what am I going to do? What about this? Or you have this ongoing situation where like, I don't know what I'm going to do. You would probably feel more like, especially doing this practice. Now, this doesn't mean that if you have a bad low back, it's about what we're talking about. This is more about when you're doing the meditation processes. Although a low back issue is, tied to like the psoas, and the psoas is about stabilizing the spine. And so you would see like even people when they would be going through some difficulty in their life, all of a sudden their low back would hurt. It's because the psoas would tighten up so much to try to stabilize the spine that it actually would start to cause like nerve compressions or put pressure on spinal nerves, things like that. And so you would probably see it more there than anywhere else. But just because you have an issue, like a physical issue in an area, doesn't mean it's tied to this. Some of that's just postural stuff, or an injury or something like that. But when you're doing your meditation, you're like, ugh, it's always in this segment, for me, mine's more always in my middle back. Like I can, like if I go anywhere, I was like, right there, but it depends. It can shift from situation to situation, and it can shift from like it's like that now, but in a year it might be somewhere else. But it's just how we're interacting with the environment. Yeah.
Mine was in between
The shoulder blades.
and low back.
Yeah.
At some point, it was like a vibration right here that just stayed right here.
In the heart. Yeah.
Just right. This is the area
Huh.
and started deterioration.
Mm-hmm.
It started moving to the back,
Oh, nice.
so it was moving.
Yeah. So she was saying she was feeling it in her like the back heart area and then down in the low back, but she was feeling something in the chest. That was probably something being integrated, and then eventually that's what it does. It moves to the back. Yeah. So perfect. Yeah. Good.
Greg,
Yes.
this is Denise. I couldn't do the front forehead for a long time. I mean, it was like the door was locked. Any suggestions? I mean, it at a certain point, but far, far, far into this, then it kind of opened and
It was just hard for you to keep your awareness there.
I almost could, wasn't it? I was trying to, but it was like it was not available to me, or not like it was closed, because at a certain point, much later in the process, it opened, but.
When that happens, try just putting your awareness on your brain for a little bit.
Oh, okay, great.
Because the forehead is tied to the right side of your brain. Instead of just saying, put your awareness on the right side of the brain, just put your awareness on the brain and let it harmonize a little bit. And then, because sometimes what's happening is you might have been just like more in the other part of your brain. And so by putting your awareness on the brain, it lets it kind of balance out the two sides, and then it becomes easier for the forehead.
It did seem like there was some
Yeah.
sort of struggle, so,
So,
okay, so
like,
more
you can
awareness
use-
on the brain.
Yeah, like so brain or the temples. You can play with which one works better for you, but
Okay.
either one should work.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Anybody else?
Yeah, we had some shares and some questions, but go ahead, Ada.
And
Or did you not unmute yourself? Sorry, I just thought you were unmuted. Someone said very calm. And another said, thanks, Greg, for the detailed explanation on the mechanics of the materialization breath. Was always wondering about the same mind-blowing info around what bringing in the light can do.
yeah, think of the light. I mean, light is literally divine intelligence. Like it is the evolutionary process in the universe, right? When you look at nature and you see the things playing around, it's being fueled by divine intelligence or light. And so here you're putting your awareness on the light, but now you're going, I would like some divine intelligence, bam, right there in that situation. Anytime where you see something where it's stagnant or it feels like it's just in a holding pattern, it lacks light. Like bottom line, if you just look at it mechanically, it lacks light.
Lots of yawning to the point of eyes watering.
Good for you.
Wow, very expanded and feeling wonderful with understanding the pressure of other people's words and how I perceive they affect me.
You know, like I agree with you. Like probably 40 to 50% of the thoughts in your head are other people's thoughts and feelings, boom, in your head. You know, it changes as you become like more aware, you have more self-acceptance, more awareness, it diminishes, but there's always some there, but it can go down substantially. But if you take like just an ordinary person off the street and you pull them in and you were to somehow go through and evaluate, it might be as high as 70%. You know, they just are living for other people's approval, their opinions, their viewpoints, all these things, and they really don't have a lot of thoughts to themselves. You know, it happens.
I love how he said posture. When I asked myself, why am I taking this class? I thought about the word acceptance, which means how I accept my stance. And when he said posture, that relates to acceptance.
Yeah. I mean, I've shared, you know, back in the day, this was back in the 90s, I was working with an osteopath and we were treating psychological issues through postural manipulation. And we were getting so good at it that it freaked him out. You know, we were really like, we were charting down, like if a person's shoulder was doing like elevation or rotation, the hips elevated, rotated, how that affected the posture, backwards, forwards, all these things. And we could go through and document like certain psychological issues directly related to certain postures, right? Or misalignments. And so after we would document it, we'd go through and we do these like psychological evaluations. You know, we'd have the person go through and fill them out, and, you know, we'd do the postural evaluation. Then we'd put them in a different posture. Like, you know, like I think one time we had somebody like stand there, but with one foot on a phone book, and then let your body like relax into that misalignment, right? And then we went through and had them fill out the form again, and they had a totally different psychological profile. You know, they had to stand there for like, I think it was like 20 or 30 minutes. And then when they did the profile was very different, you know, because it was like, you know, in the moment, like, what do you feel about this? What do you feel about that? And, you know, you'd go back and then you look at the postural profile of what that meant, and it was like spot on. And so we were treating these psychological things by manipulating the posture, and the posture would shift the psychology. And I really thought we were onto something, but he freaked out. He said that his colleagues would laugh him out because it was so out of the box. And yeah, he walked away from the project. I still presented it, but not having a physician with me made it sound like I was just a wacko. So, but he wouldn't put his name on it. But yeah, and ironically, I still to this day cannot remember that guy's name. Like, he got away from it. He must have wiped it from my memory banks, because I do not remember that guy's name. I've tried to find him a couple times. Yeah.
I was very calm and in a beautiful white light.
Oh, good.
Greg, that's the basis of orthobiotomy, is postural change.
Postural changes. Yeah.
That's how it first got started, was the guy couldn't, he couldn't sleep and he was in pain everywhere. So the guy just said, maybe if we just arranged you so you could sleep.
Mhm.
So they started playing with pillows and playing
Hmm.
with pillows and playing with pillows until
Hmm.
finally he said, I'm comfortable now.
Mhm.
Fell asleep for 20 minutes, and when he got up, he was significantly shifted like that.
Hmm.
But that's orthobiotomy. It's proprioceptor work.
Oh, so she said there's a therapy called orthobiotomy that's based on that. Yeah.
Channel masters of Eckhart.
Of what?
Eckhart,
Oh,
which is
yeah.
again one of those weird things.
Right.
Overlaps.
Yeah.
And then some questions.
Yeah. Fair away.
Jamarosa,
Mhm.
is it lemongrass or a special kind of lemongrass?
No, it's a plant unto itself, but it's in the lemongrass family. Lemongrass, palmarosa, gingergrass are all in the same family.
What-
Kind of interesting though, huh?
Hi.
It's soft and has a nice psychological, like, fortifying effect.
Hi, I was the one asking about Jamarosa. Now, for making the oil itself, do you use the whole plant or a part of it, or is it the whole plant?
The distillation is a part of the plant, and I'd have to look up what part they use,
Oh,
but I want to say it's the, you know, because it's a grassy.
Lemongrass,
I think it's
kind
the
of,
leaf.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then the second question I had was the accessing the back of the throat. When we talked about the subconscious, how,
Well, it's actually pre-conscious.
Oh,
Subconscious
pre-conscious.
is in it. Yeah, subconscious is in a different area, but yeah.
so I was kind of thinking about what's in there. You know, I wasn't sure what's supposed to come out and what's that about. If you could explain a little bit more, or
What-
give an example of how does it feel like when it actually happens, when the front of the throat bit is brought into the light because of the back of the throat bit. Thank you.
Wait, say that again.
Well, how do you bring light? How do you bring light to the pre-conscious by doing that exercise? And what happens? Like an example, maybe, of how that has happened for you.
I am not quite understanding the question.
Oh, because I thought the exercise was from the front of the throat to the back to release and bring to light what's in
Oh, and the materialization
conscious-
breath.
Well,
Yeah, the
yeah,
whole the
if there's
yeah,
an
the whole
example.
materialization breath is like your by doing the movement, all those pieces kind of act together to bring in light. And so you're breaking down thought forms that are repetitive or negative in nature with the forehead and the back head, but the throat and the back throat is where a lot of that stuff lies. And so you're literally breaking down those things that are in your critical mind and in the preconscious mind. Yeah. I think that's what you're asking, yeah?
Yes, yes. Okay,
Yes,
thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
What is middle back related to?
Obstacle oriented stuff. Yeah. It's not like cut and dry, but like usually that's kind of what's there.
Could you define abandonment? Could Greg explain a little more what abandonment actually means, please?
Like that's super general. Do you have like a specific thing that you're asking about, or
That was me, Zakia.
uh-huh.
So abandonment normally means maybe a person was adopted and they feel abandonment, or maybe their husband or wife left them, or, you know, is that what you mean when you're referring to abandonment?
Abandonment can be those, but it could be not fitting into a social circle. Sometimes even like when you're not hitting a deadline and you're not being successful, that could actually stir feelings of abandonment. But it's a primal drive that we have to fit into like the herd or the group. And it's like
Oh.
any time where you're not feeling like you're fitting into the herd or the group. So
Oh.
even in situations where you might be in a workplace where you're like being innovative, part of what you're doing is you're being innovative, but you're also walking away from the herd. And so you have to be not easily triggered by, okay, people aren't going to get it. I'm not going to fit in. I'm going to have to explain this for a while. I'm going to have to give people experiences for them to get it. Otherwise, if I'm triggered by all this, I can't innovate because I can't step out and be away from the herd for any length of time. And so
Okay,
the herd is the collective unconscious or the collective conscious. But if you look at it, most times we make decisions based on a lot of factors. One of them is social status, like how you fit in a situation.
That's interesting because many times in my life, and it's like, I always felt like, do you really want to be here? And I never thought of it as abandonment, but now that you've explained it as stepping away from collective consciousness,
Mhm.
now my question is that good or bad? Am I don't
Depends on
know.
your motivation. It depends on your motivation. Because like, you know, you could be innovative or stepping away from the situation because like this does not define me. This is not good for me.
Right.
But if we have a lot of conditioning from abandonment, the tendency is to abandon before you get abandoned. So you'll see like if somebody has abandonment issues, they're like, I'm out of here. Because really what they're saying is, I'm probably not going to fit in, so I'm out of here. I get to be in control, but I'm out of here. Like, you know, that's a very common thing with abandonment. And so you kind of have to look at what it is. And if that is the issue, you know, of course, we have that whole abandonment class. That's a free class, by the way. You can go and access it on
I
YouTube.
just put
Yeah,
it-
yeah. So she's putting it there. And if I remember right, it was a 2-day class. Yeah, it was a 2-day class. It was a little over a year ago. But if that's tempered, you know, because here's the thing with spiritually growing and evolving, you're stepping away from the collective.
Right.
Bottom line. And so you could say your ability to spiritually grow and evolve directly corresponds to your ability to feel rejection and abandonment and not be reactive. And if you're able to be non-reactive, then you can have growth and you can step into the collective unconscious, but there's a part of you that's going to step away from it whenever. And if you're always driven by fitting into the collective, which there's nothing wrong with, right? It does hamper your ability to grow and evolve. Even if you just look at, you're in a circle of friends or your family and you develop a new skill set and you have a new circle of friends and you have these new activities. At some point, you're kind of stepping away from that circle of friends. And what happens? They get all judgy. You really shouldn't be doing that. Or people who do that are, fill in the blank. They get a little like, because you're not fitting into their collective. So they're feeling abandoned. So they want you to like either come back in or they want to shove you out even further. And so when you understand the dynamics, it's not personal. It's a primal drive for us to fit in, because in nature, if we didn't have society and all the things that we have, however good or bad they are, right? In nature, it was easier to survive in a group than it was on your own. And so now that's not the case like it is in nature. It is there a little bit, but if you look at even the things on social media, it's very like tribal oriented, people seeking out other people who think like them. That is abandonment mechanisms. I want to find people who think like me because I'm tired of people around me that don't think like me, like I'm not fitting in. So it's just this drive to like fit in.
So
Or
then
not fit in.
so I understand that sheds a lot of light, but then my question becomes, on the flip side, is there something wrong with me that I always want to step out of the collective conscious? Is that some kind of, I don't know.
Honestly, you would have to sit and do some reflection. Are you doing it because you feel uncomfortable and you don't want to be abandoned? And so one of the ways to go through and check that out is go, okay, let's just sit here and see what happens. Am I bored? Is this not resonating with me? Or am I a little anxious and I'm feeling a little weird and I'm feeling a little defensive or whatever? And then kind of go from there.
Well, my conscious thought, whenever I'm in this situation, my conscious thought is the collective seems to be herded outside of their conscious choice. And like, why you can't think for yourself, or why don't you see your own reality instead of being herded in this consciousness? Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but still you can sit and just observe that and not participate or not buy it hook, line, and sinker, so to speak, and still interact in a situation. Because I mean, the thing is if you're triggered, you're not able, like sometimes you have to play these situations out for work or for a relationship or for a family or for whatever. And so to be aware of it, but not go, this is my identity, is the goal. But if you're in the situation, you're like, I got to make a run for it, it's probably something's been a little triggered. Because abandonment is not about a story, it's about agitation in your physiology. And you just calm down the physiology, and all of a sudden you don't have that feeling of I need to bolt before I get jolted. And so it's not about a story, it's not about anything, it's just literally a certain kind of agitation in your physiology.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I also noticed while we were doing the breathing that my body would do this sometimes, like
Rock back a little bit.
Yeah.
Probably stuff moving up her spine. She was saying when she was doing the materialization breath, her body would rock a little bit. Yeah. Beth?
Yeah, go ahead, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
When you were talking about people like family members saying things that hurt you and they shouldn't, my brain was fighting with me about things that my daughter does and says, and I think part of it is actually to hurt me and some of it is just her habit. But I mean, I was thinking, okay, can I just bring light into that? But now then I started wondering after listening to you talk about abandonment, is it calming the agitation? Because logically it should hurt, but
Right. And so you bring up a very good point. And so like I go back to that story, like with the person that was at the ticket counter at the airline. Like she was having a really horrible day. Everybody was yelling at her. And then when I came up, she even did a thing where it made me want to like go, oh, don't be so rude or whatever. And then I was like, she's having a bad day. So I put my awareness on my heart and I was like, she's not going to fix my situation any faster. We're all stuck here for a few days. So just like lean into it. And like I kind of let go of my little story for that moment. And in that she went, oh. So there's this interactive thing that happens. And so when a person's doing it either because that's just their story, their drama, or they're doing something to intentionally like, maybe poke you a little bit.
Or a lot.
More that or a lot. The that ability to be non-reactive, and like the non-reactive part changes things, but part of it is they're saying it because they want you to take like whatever I'm saying. I'm going to say these nasty words. I want you to hear them and I want you to take it on. And when you're practicing awareness, you're like, yeah, I hear it. I can be non-reactive to it and I'm not taking it on. That is all you, like, this is a really crude example, but I'll give you an example. So like one time I was driving back from New Mexico to Iowa, and I was driving in the middle of the night and I drove through some back country in Kansas. I got pulled over by the police for, I wasn't going fast. The car was going fast. Let's just be clear. They changed I wasn't really speeding, but like you pass through these little towns, I didn't slow down fast enough. And it was 3 a.m. and they pulled me over. So they didn't give me a ticket, but they pulled me over. But so they questioned me, but I had these suitcases in the back of the car. I'm driving in the middle of the night. They're bored. They would like to have a little party going through my car and everything. So, after they say they're going to let me go with the ticket and everything, the cop comes up and he starts going, this route is used by drug dealers to run drugs. And I sat there and I was like, quiet. And he goes, did you hear what I said? I go, yeah. And still I said nothing. And then he repeated it, this route is used by drug dealers to run drugs. And he just waited and I waited. We had this long, uncomfortable silence where we're just looking at each other in the eyes. And he goes, did you hear what I said? Like he's getting frustrated. I go, yeah. And then he said it again, like he said it the third time. And he's just looking at me like, and I said, what does that have to do with me? And he was like, I go, if it has nothing to do with me, are we finished here? Or, did you have a point or did you have a question or? And he was just quiet and he goes, well, no. And then I just left, right? What he wanted me to do is either like defend myself, start making excuses, start talking, because then I took it on and he had probable cause to go through the car, which would have been nothing except I would have been sitting there for another 2 or 3 hours as they'd gone through and looking at hyssop. What's hyssop? Galbanum. What's galbanum? They would have been going through these bags of mine, right? And so people do that all the time. They want you to take it on. But when you have awareness, you just go, yeah, that's not me. Like that statement had nothing to do with me. Like, but he wanted me to take it on. Right. So that's a very crude version of that. That's a really easy one to see. But sometimes when you're in the middle of conversation or somebody takes a dig, they're not just wanting to take the dig and like hurt your feelings. They want you to take it on because it makes their story work. Like it makes their defense system work. It makes their little drama work. And when you don't take it on, they're like, in that moment, there can be light or a shift. So even when they're doing it, you just, my other favorite one to do is they go, well, you're super self-centered and you don't turn off the lights at night or something like that. Aren't we a pair? I didn't deny it. I didn't take it on. I kind of brought humor to it, but I'm saying maybe a little bit me, but also you, because really it's their issue. So it's kind of a funny way of saying, this is your issue. It's not my issue. And so the more that you don't take it on, the more there's a potential for them to shift because they're not getting to engage their manipulation, their defense, their story, their drama. And in that moment, there is the opportunity for light to go in. It might be little moments at a time, but eventually it kind of shifts. Even if it's just like, I'm not going to do that dance anymore with this person because they keep, it makes me uncomfortable, or it shifts, or it never works. But every time it's almost like it's an opportunity for that situation to heal a little bit, not necessarily in you, but in them. Does that make sense?
Oh, no, that makes perfect sense. And that aspect of it, I know I've worked on, and it's gotten a lot better. I think
Good.
What I was referring to was the fact that my mind was going, no, this should hurt because this shouldn't be the situation or the relationship we
Right.
have.
Yeah.
And
That's a kind of awareness. Like, oh, this should be hurting my feelings. Like normally it would have hurt my feelings. Like that's you being aware of the mechanisms. And like, I remember I went through this phase. It wasn't that it should hurt. I was like, I should be really upset. And in a couple situations, I had to do this because the person saying something that I would normally have gotten like hurt or upset about, but I started laughing. And I was like, oh my God, this used to hurt. It's not hurting anymore. And I started kind of chuckling to myself. I was like, yeah, that's probably not going to go over well. So I covered my mouth and acted like, oh, this is so upsetting. Because it wasn't. And so that's you breaking out of the pattern.
okay. So eventually that part will go too. And I guess
Eventually, yeah, because there's even a deeper component to it, but it's like when you're like, oh, this used to hurt, or this should hurt, or this should be more upsetting, you're disengaging what it is, but you're still able to see it like, oh, that's what it is. And then eventually you just kind of come to this place where not mine.
Good.
Well,
thank you.
I mean, if you think about what that cop was doing, he was trying to feed on like insecurities and your tendency to want to defend yourself. Like, so he kept making this, he didn't make an accusation, but he made something that implied something. And if you're you're feeling like you need to defend yourself, or you're a little scared, you feel a little insecure, or like he's implying something, he might judge me or whatever like that, you play into that little bait that he laid out. Like he was baiting me to try to get what he wanted, right? And so to somebody like that, it's like almost a science of like how they can get to the next phase. People do that all the time. People do that all the time. And so when you can start recognizing it, you're like, oh, like look, this would trigger me. This would be upsetting to me. Oh, like nice. It's like when you see it, like almost give yourself a little pat on the back, like, oh, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it for what it is. Eventually you'll still see it for what it is, but you'll give up the thing about like this should be upsetting or this should hurt or whatever, because you've had enough experiences to where now it's different.
It's funny because it's like losing part of my identity.
Yeah.
By giving
Oh,
that up.
yeah. Totally. Yeah. And, I was just having this conversation with somebody else. You you know how to do that dance, however much it's causing you harm or discomfort, it's like you know what to do. When you step away from it, you're kind of almost like, well, now what do I do? Like, I don't know what to do now, like you said, or it's part of your identity. And well, what does that make me? What do I become? What is it? And it's almost like you're meeting a new person for the first time and having to get like used to them, like interacting with them, be comfortable with them. But that person is you. Like, so it's happening on the inside, but you just go, huh. So that thing about like sit and just be aware of the thoughts, that is kind of stepping into that aspect of being able to be present with a new piece of you that's coming in, like a new part of you. It was always there, but now you're like more aware of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, good for you, Cindy.
And then go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Miss Donita.
Hi, Greg. Hi, everyone.
Hey,
I wanted to share something. It was quite from earlier when you were guiding us, and it kind of made me chuckle. When you asked, I can't remember what we're doing, and then you ask, pay attention to what's coming in your mind or what's coming, kind of think what thoughts are coming in. And then it shifted, and I was like the observer. It was like a movie, and it was quite interesting. The mind looked like a Tasmanian devil trying to reach out in all directions to grab onto the different thoughts. And these thoughts were like, I could see this cluster of, it didn't matter, but they were kind of going away and away, from the reach of the mind. And I was watching it like a movie, and then there was a lot of light, so this mind of mine was surrounded by light, and the agitation was like bouncing off the walls, right? And then it just calmed down. And I was observing it, and it was just so cool to see it.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't me.
I mean,
it was me.
I would say that Tasmanian devil almost is a symbolism of just those instinctive responses that, eventually turn into a thought process or emotional response. But, instinct means it's not being processed by your brain. You're just having a physiological response. And then later you go, what just happened? What's the meaning of this? Like you try to make sense of it. But yeah, that's a great visual. Very great visual.
Yeah, it was really cool. So yes, I didn't know that my mind. Yeah, it's something to hold on to. So thank you for that.
And go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi.
Hey.
I've loved so much of this class, and the last discussion is really raising a question for something immediate that I'm trying to figure out how to process in a more heartfelt way. So I'm traveling with a couple of acquaintances, and we are sharing a car, and we're going to be together at a seminar and sharing the car. And I keep getting these announcements. Oh, I'll be using the car from 3 to 4 on X, Y, and Z day. And like just an announcement. I'm like, could we talk about it before you actually commit and you're going to be using the car? Like we're sharing it. And it's taking a lot of energy to not feel like a lot of things that you're talking about. So my response right now is like, okay, hearing what you're saying, like I've been trying to talk about it. I know I won't change this person, but I don't feel respected. So I'm starting to wonder if the lesson, the expansion would come from realizing what they're doing, but as long as it's not directly impacting me where it's a problem, just to let it ride. Is that like
Well,
where,
you would have to interpret, I wouldn't say going into it with a predetermined like this or that, but if you look at the situation, you know, if that, like the car being used, for example, like we'll use the thing that you're talking about, doesn't impact you, but there's the potential that like they might want to use it at lunch, they might want to use it like afterward, they might leave me stranded somewhere. Go like, hey, not a problem, but let's like maybe talk about it because I might have plans too. And you know, you don't have to make it into a big thing, and then you just like kind of lay it out there. But if it was something where it was impacting your trip, you're like, hey, maybe can we talk about this, or maybe we shouldn't share. And then if it's an unresolvable issue, you know, if it's something that's not that important, be flexible. If it's something that's super important, you have to be a little bit inflexible, you know, like, no, this has to happen, right? And in this situation, if it just seems like it's just going to be a bunch of drama and there's just a bunch of weirdness, don't share the car.
well,
you
I've
know.
considered that. I've considered renting my own car, but it's
But if
a
it's-
big expense.
But if it's something where it's like they said that and it's not really an important thing, you're going to be in class, just go like, yeah, that's fine. But anymore, let's discuss it because, you know, we might also have other plans to do other things. And then you can just see their response. Don't make it into a big deal. Just see what happens. And then if it continues, then you're like, maybe this isn't a good idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I've done both of those things and I am trying to avoid a drama. And so it sounds like, okay, I'm on the right track. It's just I have
Yeah.
to go with the flow and see what the best response is at the time.
See what it is.
So,
But if it
yeah.
was like, you know, the thing starts at 9 and I'm going to use the car from 8 to 10:30, that's a thing to be a little bit inflexible about. But if it's in the middle of the thing, you know what I mean? It's like, well, I can be inflexible about it. I can talk about it, not be worked up about it. And then that even gives you the pulse of where that person's at. So you go, maybe it's okay to share. They just, you know, have this one thing, or if they act all weird about it, then you go, yeah, I'm gonna have to get my own car. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They own car, like I said, it's going to be really expensive and I need to decide that before rather than there. But my bigger question was, okay, is this a repeating occurrence of something that it's hitting up against that there's a lesson for me to, like, a way, an opportunity.
Are you talking about with this person or just in general in life?
In general in life, I'm trying
Yeah,
to
that happens to
see if,
everybody. Like, that happens to everybody. Like,
Okay.
I would just develop the skill set to be able to deal with that, but that's not like, oh, I'm attracting this pattern. Everybody has to deal with that kind of stuff. Everybody.
that's
Yeah.
very, very helpful. Thank you. Yeah.
You're so-
And there was just one more share. Someone said, my partner says that to me all the time. You're self-centered. And they said, I say, I'm only a child, so get over it.
That's right. My other one, favorite one, you know, because you making people laugh sometimes. I'll go, okay, thank you, Hector Projector. You know. So yeah, you know, right, yeah, you know. You know, there could be positive ways that you handle it. If it's something that you work on, you can say like, well, why don't you help me work on it? Give me some examples, like show me how not to be self-centered. And that also is politely guiding them to move away from being self-centered as well. You know, it turns it into like a very soft version of it.
And correction, I'm an only child. That's what it was.
Mm.
I'm an only child.
Oh, no, that makes sense.
Yeah. So
All right, good
hey, I
question.
think we're good here. Okay, so we'll take a. Did you have enough? Oh, hey.
I was just gonna say, they used to say back in the day that that you could only be humiliated by if you allowed yourself to be humiliated. Would that kind of fit into this sort of?
Yeah, she was saying back in the day, they used to say you can only be humiliated if you allowed yourself to be
Or somebody would
humiliated.
shame you if you allow them to shame.
Yeah, yeah. Shame or humiliation. Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, you're the one that has to feel that feeling. And so you would have to take it on. So yeah, I would say that's mechanically, sometimes people feel shame not because of a person, but because maybe an event, um, maybe something traumatic happened to somebody in the family and the person felt like, oh, I could have done something, I could have been there, or I didn't, whatever. And we had an argument right before, whatever it is, and you'll start feeling the shame, not because of what somebody said, but just because of a situation. But again, even in that situation, you're overly identifying with the incident when you're like, yeah, that's sad, I shouldn't have done that or whatever, but it's also not what caused the problem,
Thank you.
yeah. I mean, occasionally it is what's caused the problem, but it's very rare. Yeah, so we're good. Okay, so we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 1:45. Okay, so I'll see you in about 15 minutes or so. Okay, everybody, sorry we went a few minutes long there, but we are on the top of page 2, and now we're doing mindfulness. And at first glance, mindfulness and awareness kind of seem the same, right? They kind of seem similar or the same. But think of it like this. Awareness is going to be like you practicing awareness, like of your body, your emotions, your mind, of situations, like how we were exploring. Think about in that situation where, your Uncle Bob or Gary or whoever like says things to like annoy you, how you feel in that moment. How does that make you feel? How does it make you think? How does it make you behave? Mindfulness is about just being aware in the present moment. It's not about being mindful about Uncle Bob or Thanksgiving or that thing at work. It is being able to be present in the moment, and whatever thoughts or feelings are arising in the moment, to not be all self-judgy about it. Like you're just like, okay, I'm having thoughts right now where I'm really upset at this person. I'm just going to sit with those thoughts. And then eventually they pass like clouds, right? The thing that will make the emotions or the thoughts worse is trying to push them away, trying to manage them, trying to suppress them, trying to release them, whatever. Like the first step in really genuinely releasing something is just to sit and be aware with it and just be still with it. And as you're doing that, think of it like this. If it's not of the light, there's some part of you keeping it alive. Like you're the one paying the rent for it to get and spend time in your head or in your heart or wherever you want to say that it is. And so by sitting and just being aware of it and just observing it, it's like, I'm not paying rent anymore. You basically are starving out that thought form. So you're just observing it, and pretty soon it dissipates and passes. Just like when you pour bubble water, the bubbles at the bottom kind of percolate and they come up and then they go pop, and then they're just gone. That literally can happen to these thoughts and these feelings. A lot of these thoughts and feelings are due to conditioning, right? Conditioning is hard to let go of with the logical mind, but with the intuitive mind, if you sit and observe it, you can make it bubble and pop and just leave by just being non-reactive to it, right? There's a deeper level of non-reaction that we'll explore probably in August, but it starts to deal with like connective tissue and how your body holds on or releases something, right? We've talked about it before, but this is much, much, much deeper, right? And so with that, we're going to pull out, you can use Ruscus, which is a super fancy vetiver. You can use vetiver, you could use spikenard, you could use valerian. All of these are tied to helping you to calm down and not have like a stress response. Ruscus and vetiver are known in India as the oil of tranquility, literally the oil of non-reactiveness. Spikenard was put on the feet of Christ, you know, a little bit before he went on the cross, and it was to help him deal with the ordeal of being on the cross. It helps the body to be non-reactive. You could use it even in pain management. Now, if you're using the kit, for the ones using the kit, you got several bottles that were a little 2 ml bottle. Be sure to flip this little lid, right, so that it's open, right? You want to be able to see the hole in the bottle, right? This keeps it from leaking, right? And then if you want to put a drop on, you can smell from the bottle or turn it upside down, raise your finger, and then tap, and then a drop comes out. I'll let you do it. Thanks for my. Which one did we give them? Ruscus. Okay, so your awareness is going to be on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blade. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is between the shoulder blades. Good. And then your awareness is on your spine. Check in with your spine. Where do you feel it in your spine? Your awareness is there as you inhale the oil. Or if you don't feel anything in your spine, your awareness is on the whole spine. And then just be still. Just be still, be aware. Just be still. Just be aware of whatever arises in your mind. You're not trying to conjure anything, just whatever pops up. If there's nothing there, great. If you have a hard time observing stillness and quietness, you can put your awareness on your nostrils and just observe the air as it moves through the nostrils. Again, your awareness is on the back heart. Inhale the oils in through the nose, out through the mouth. And just be still for a moment. Pause and just let go of the inhalation. Just be still. Just notice what arises. Just because there may be nothing in your head doesn't mean that your mind's not working. When your mind is quiet like that, you are to a greater degree turning on the observer. You're observing things to a much higher degree. Your awareness is on your spine. Either your whole spine, or if there's a spot that jumps out at you, your awareness is there. You're inhaling the oil in through the nose, out through the mouth. Keep inhaling into your spine. Right, be still. So we're going to come back and I want you to experience this again, but I wanted you to have a little bit of an experience because I want to also talk something out. And I think that I've explained this in this circle, but I know that I've explained it in a star. I'm looking over at Samantha like, I can't remember where I did it, right? But, you know, again, going between awareness and mindfulness. And, you know, a lot of what we're doing sometimes when we're doing this is we have the tendency to look at things or have things come into our awareness that potentially bother us because, for one, they're a little bit agitating, but there's also part of us that wants to resolve it. Like, I want this to go away so I can go back to my nappy nap time and just, like, you know, whatever it is, and just feel good. Like, so we're always kind of built into our physiology. What is a little bit disturbing to us that disturbs my peace or my stillness or my comfort? And how do I resolve this? A lot of times you're not doing it consciously, but unconsciously you're like, how can I resolve whatever is going on in my environment, right? This is even tied to like when people have to give you their opinions. They're trying to resolve the things that might be at odds with even their opinions. Like, you have to understand where I'm coming from. No, I don't. It doesn't change anything, but they want to make everything comfortable, right? So part of what you're doing when you're doing this, you know, you're putting your awareness on your back heart, and then you're putting your awareness on the spine. You'll begin to experience, like, it could be like little things, it could be a big thing, it could be the elephant in the room, or it could just be these little kind of agitations that are there, but you're not necessarily aware of, right? So you're putting your awareness on them, you're feeling your spine, and then, you know, something will rise into your head and you're like, you know, that guy never paid me back that $23 that I gave him 18 years ago. Like, what kind of, you know, like, weird things start coming up in your head, or, you know, I don't know. There could be all kinds of silly. A lot of times they're silly. They're not like this big, like, ugh. It's like, it's just little weird interactions, right? So part of it is you're being aware of it. You're observing the thought, right? So at first it might be like, huh, that doesn't make sense. Or it could be agitating. Like, you go, okay, there's a little bit of an agitating thought. I'm going to sit with it, right? Okay, that's good. So first phase, you want to become non-reactive to it. Even if it's a goofy thing from the past, you just like, you're not trying to make sense of it. You're not trying to make a story of it. You're not trying to recall it. You're not trying to resolve it. You're just like, interesting. Okay. And then something agitation pops up in agitating. It pops up in your mind and you go, okay, that guy didn't give me that $23 from 18 years ago. Did he lose my phone number? Or did it, you know, you start doing a little dance in your head, right? And then you just kind of keep observing it. So the next phase is you'll come to a place where you feel indifferent, right? At first, there's a little bit of an emotion. There's a little bit of a thought. There's a little bit of a judgment. And then after that, you're like, everything goes neutral. Now, most of the time we'd say, like, get it to the place of neutrality and then call it good. But in this is especially even for stronger things. Like, if you're doing this with, like, okay, something bad happened yesterday, I have to sit, I'm going to practice mindful awareness of what it is. You start thinking of the situation, all kinds of weird thoughts come in, right? So then you practice the non-reactive. You get to the place where, like, okay, I feel indifferent. That's good. But the further step is, as you sit and put your awareness on it, you want to reach a phase where there starts to be expansion of consciousness, expansion of awareness. Just like when you sit down and you meditate and you go, om, 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 and you start to like, oh boy, I'm spacing out. You want to be able to look at the difficult thing and have it go. It brings you peace. It brings you stillness because you're looking at something difficult. You're looking at something that lacks light. When you start to go, light or essence is entering that situation through you. That is the goal. So mindfulness is at first you're observing it. Then you're like, oh, I'm feeling non-reactive. I feel very indifferent. A lot of times that feels so good. You're like, I'm done. Like I'm done. I'm called good. It's like watching a commercial on TV. I'm good. And you can stop there. But if you really want to break up a pattern, if you really want a situation to heal, not just in you, but in the other person, you kind of sit and you just wait for it becomes harder and harder to hold on to that situation. You go, okay, that thing that happened yesterday, put my awareness on it, and boom, you kind of take off. You're not checking out, you're bringing essence into it, and you're having a state of expansive awareness, right? When that happens, light is literally coming into that situation, right? If you're checking out and avoiding, you might feel like, oh, I expanded, but you'll still grind on it later. Like it'll still be an obsessive thought because light didn't go in, right? So you just sit and practice your awareness. Now, you can do this with your eyes closed. It's stronger if when you're practicing mindful awareness to do it with your eyes open. Do it with your eyes open. You just, because it's harder to go with your eyes open than closed. So when you genuinely are bringing light into a situation, you'll start to expand even though your eyes are open. Like, so if you see some yogis sometimes, you'll see some yogis, they'll be sitting there in meditation, but you'll see a picture of them and like the lower part of their eye, there's like a slit that's still open, right? It's tied to the certain mechanism in the mind, right? It's tied to a certain mechanism in the mind. And then sometimes you'll see them where they're rolling their eyes up, but their eyes are open, right? Still is doing something specific to the mind, right? And so the eyes are a little bit of a factor. At first, it's good to keep your eyes closed, right? Because then you can kind of go in, you can make the connection. But when you're doing it with your eyes open, it's easier for the inner world and the outer world to mix. It's so much easier. When you close your eyes, you're a little bit more in the inner world, but most people are more out in the outer world. It's a good phase, right? It's a good thing to do. Like, oh, I can go in the inner world. But after you start experiencing that for a while, it's like, now the next phase is I've pulled myself out of the outer world. I'm in the inner world a little bit. Now let's mix them. The mixing is with the eyes open, right? If you're not sure, then do it with the eyes closed for a little bit. And then when you start to feel a little bit expanded like that, then you do it with your eyes open, right? Your eyes open, it's hard for the mind to start making things up. You know, with your eyes closed, it becomes easier to go like into almost like a dream time. It's not that it's not right, it's that it's more like imagery. And then you have to kind of process what the imagery means. But when your eyes are open, you're in the observant state. So your mind is just processing information and observing and taking it in. Okay, so we're going to do this again. Now that we have this piece of information, when you're looking at something, if you hit indifference, awesome. But if you sit there and you start looking at it, you start going, okay, I'm looking at that thing yesterday. Wait, what was I thinking about? You're starting to have that expansion already, right? So you go, okay, I'm going to like keep focusing on the thing. Now, remember, this is literally utilizing the mechanics of yin and yang. Yin and yang is basically the play between essence and form. It produces all phenomenon in the universe. It's form and essence, right? So in the theories of yin yang, whenever you become extreme in one, it produces the opposite, right? So eventually, if you're in an expanded state in meditation, all of a sudden you'll start to notice the light goes away and you start coming back into your body, right? The expansion reached the polar opposite, where now it's producing the opposite. You're coming back in your body, right? So then if you are practicing awareness on your body, you're practicing awareness, and pretty soon you start to be expanded. You focused on the form to the point of producing essence, right? So a lot of times we go, I want to experience the essence, right? The easiest way to experience the essence is to go deeper on the form and then let it produce the essence, right? So if you look at in the like religious circles, they give you a form to focus on, right? Like you focus on the symbol, you focus on a teacher, you focus on, whatever, right? The form is not important. It's that you focus your attention on the form to the point where you begin to experience the essence of that form. Perfect example would be in the Christian tradition. You sit and you put your awareness on Christ, and then you begin to experience the essence of Christ, right? But is the image of Christ an accurate image? He's not a white European male. But you put your awareness on the form, eventually the essence follows, right? So like a lot of times, like you see Christ in different traditions, they'll paint him a little bit more of like their culture. It's easier for them to digest. He was not a white guy. But, people do what they do, right? So with that, when you have something that's difficult, you're staring at the form, right? I had something bad happen. That guy didn't give me those $23 18 years ago. You have a form that you're focusing on. You just keep sitting with it. The essence will eventually follow, right? Basically, you're bringing light to the situation. So be it something difficult, some pattern. Sometimes patterns aren't something you need to break or release. You need to bring it into the light. It might be an ability that you are not completely aware of, and it's running amok in your life, like it's causing problems. But you harness it, right? You harness it, then it becomes positive. Again, going back for me, dyslexia. If I have to read and talk, causes me nightmares, right? But that part of my brain also sees things out of the box. I apply it to situations where I need to see out of the box and can be innovative. That's good. But if I was like, well, I'm dyslexic, so I'm going to make a living reading audible books for people, trust me, that would be a bad day. Right? And so then you can guide the asset where it's going to do the most good. Right? Okay, so close your eyes again for just a moment. Just kind of center yourself. And for the inhalation, exhalation of the oils, you can keep your eyes closed. But at the end, when we pause and be still, you can do it with your eyes open. Okay, and I'll tell you. Right, so your eyes are closed. Begin inhaling the oil in through the nose, out through the mouth. And then move your awareness to the spine. Where do you feel it in the spine? And then just be still. Just be still. Keep your eyes open and just observe whatever arises in your mind. If there's an emotion, you can pay attention to the emotion. But the goal is just to observe. Did you notice something happen? Like if you started getting sleepy or if you started like expanding, very good. Like very, very good. There is like an expansion of awareness. You're shifting it into your intuitive mind. You're able to process it to a much higher degree. It's like what happens when you're in dream time. Right? So again, close your eyes, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back heart. That's up for you. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And move your awareness to the spine. And then just be still, be aware, keep your eyes open if you want, but just observe whatever thoughts arise. What did you notice? Kind of interesting, isn't it? Now, bottle to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths, just like we did in the last segment. And then when you're done, just be still. You can have your eyes open or closed, but just be still. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. Your awareness is on your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Long, slow, deep breaths, inhaling the oil through the nose, exhaling through the mouth. Your awareness is on the area between your shoulder blades. And just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the back heart. Just be still. Hey, you want to share experiences or ask questions? Or the other option is to take a nap. Yeah.
Say something.
Hmm?
Elvis, because everybody loved Elvis.
Mm.
And he could go as the young one, and I could go as the old fat one.
Mm-hmm.
But that just came up, and I heard a hunk of burning love going in. And then we can't go on together, suspicious minds going out.
So, in the meditation, this person had a visualization that she told her husband that she wanted to go to Thanksgiving. He was going to be dressed as young Elvis, and she was going to be dressed as older, as you say, older fat Elvis. And they were singing one song going in and another song going out. So, oh, yeah, I'm sure that has some sort of meaning. I mean, you can sit with the imagery, but you know, if you think about Elvis, like he was well liked in different phases of his life, and so there could be some like interpretation of your mind with that. And I find it interesting. She said when they go there, the song in her head was "Hunka Hunka Burning Love." Well, if you think of like when you go to Thanksgiving, it's all loving, and then you get there and you're like, really again? And then she goes, as we're leaving, it's suspicious minds. Like, you know, everybody's talking smack and talking behind your back, and that fits. That tracks. It's like I wouldn't say weird, but it's just like imagery that like is in our head. Like we have kind of our own kind of language that is really unique to us, and then there's things that are universal. And so, like, you know, you grew up thinking of Elvis, listening to Elvis, you're going to have Elvis in your head. Somebody else who didn't, they'll be like,
that was weird. But if you listen to Elvis, you're like, no, it's not. That Elvis explained so much to me right there, right? It's gonna be different. And sometimes you're getting imagery that might not make sense to you in the moment, but 6 months down the line, a year down the line, whatever. So I'm going to tell the hot dog story again, right? So I've told this several times, but it's still, so we were doing in a class, we were doing some version of this where, you know, you're doing kind of what we're doing, but you're posing a question and you're waiting for your soul to answer rather than you coming up with your own answer, right? And so, you know, we did this practice and, you know, it took an hour or something. And then I had people sharing experiences. And, you know, people were sharing experiences of like the questions they posed and the insight that they got. And we were going around the room kind of, and, you know, it was a big group. So, you know, that was taking a while. About 7 or 8 people had shared. And then I got to this one person and I go, so did you have any insight? You know, I was just kind of calling on people randomly in the room. And she was like, yeah, hot dog. And you could tell she was pretty annoyed. And I go, well, does that have any meaning to you? And she goes, no, you're the teacher. Why don't you tell me what it means or something? You know, she was upset at her answer. And I go, well, what did you know, what was the question you posed it? And she goes, yeah, the answer was hot dog. And so I was like, let's do it again. Like, let's just do a little short version of it. Let's see if something different or there's more explanation. We did it again as a group and everything. And I went back to her. I was like, did you get more insight? She goes, yeah, a hot dog and a bun, a hot dog and a bun. That's my insight. And she was really super agitated about it. And I was like, well, it must have some sort of meaning for you. And she's like, nope. Like every time I asked her a question, she would just go, nope. You know, really enunciating that P. Nope. like that kind of. And I was like, huh. And I was like, well, sometimes, you know, you have some insight, but it might not make sense to you now, but it makes sense to you later. And she kind of wasn't happy with that either, but it was something, right? So, you know, I think I even reached out to her a couple of weeks ago. Did insight come? And she was like, no, not at all. Like still pretty agitated about it all. So what she was doing was she was posing a question. She had her Uncle Bob, right? And I always say Uncle Bob in family, you know, there's always that person that's like a little obnoxious that annoys everybody. You know, might annoy you a little bit more, but you know, everybody's got probably some version of an Uncle Bob, or my family, there's a few, right? And so this person, her Uncle Bob, was just this like really super rude, obnoxious guy. And her question was like, how do I handle Uncle Bob? Like, I don't know what to do. Because she was a bit sensitive, and like every time there would be a family gathering, she goes, I will leave with my feelings hurt, and like I never want to see my family again because I have to deal with Uncle Bob. And so I was like, oh, okay, well, you know, sit with it. There's some sort of message there. I don't know what it is. So time goes by, like 4 or 6 months goes by, and lo and behold, guess what time it is? 4th of July. She's with her family, and guess what's on the table? Hot dogs, right? So she's sitting there. Uncle Bob's not there. She's sitting with her family. They're eating. You know, they're snacking. They're telling stories. You know, I think they're watching people play volleyball or a game or something. They're all having a super good time, and then Uncle Bob shows up, and everybody's like, Uncle Bob's here. And so they're all sitting at this picnic table. You know, this is what she told me. And Uncle Bob comes walking up to the picnic table. Well, everybody doesn't want to deal with him, so they get up and scatter, right? Everybody's just up and like, oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. Oh, wait, what time it is? Oh, I gotta change my shoes. You know, everybody had an excuse. So everybody got up and left. Well, she got up and she looked down and she was like, oh, hot dogs. there's a hot dog. Like, and then so now she's like, what does this hot dog mean? Like, you're doing how you would do, like, what's the deep meaning of the hot dog? And he comes up and he says a bunch of obnoxious things, right? It's what he does, right? And she's like, she heard him, but she's still looking at the hot dog like, okay, but the hot dog's going to give me some sort of guidance, or, she's just fixated on this hot dog, or a plate of hot dogs. And he says a bunch more things. And she's listening to him, but she keeps looking down at this hot dog. And she's like, I don't want to walk away. Here's the thing. Here's the hot dog. I don't know what it is. The hot dog is here. And, he says like another round of insulting things. And she's like kind of hearing him talk, but she's like, what's the deal with these hot dogs? Like, I don't get what the imagery is of the hot dogs. And she looked back up and Uncle Bob was crying. And he goes, everybody, whenever I come around here, everybody always kind of gets up and runs and doesn't want to spend time with me or doesn't want to interact with me. Granted, he's a big jerk, but still, this is his perspective. And he goes, you're the only one that stood here and listened to me say the things that I'm saying, and you didn't run. And he just said something, like he didn't say something as nice, I really appreciate it, but he just said like, thank you or whatever, whatever he said. And at that point, she said, Uncle Bob always treated her, he was still a little bit of a jerk, but he was nicer to her than everybody else, right? Everybody else he was still a jerk to, because everybody else always got up and left. But in that one moment, she didn't. And it wasn't because she had this deep insight. She's like, what the F is this hot dog mean? Like, what is the, but her attention was on something where she could be non-reactive to him. And then what happened was back and forth, and pretty soon he was unzipped and he's like, everybody always treats me this way, which is probably why he walks up and starts acting like a jerk. So she goes, now I have a new problem. Everybody says I'm Uncle Bob's favorite, and everybody's giving me a hard time because he's a bit nicer to me than he is to everybody else. But in that moment, when she did the first meditation, hot dog made absolutely no sense. But in the time, like you just like hot dog, like you're being given a piece of information, and you sit and you look at it and you go, wow, hot dog, what is that? It turned her focus away to allow that to happen, and boom. So it wasn't that the hot dog was something magical. It was just a point of focus in the moment that allowed her to shift. She didn't even have to be aware of it. She was just trying to figure out what this hot dog meant and was able to shift the circumstance. So going back to the Elvis thing or whatever, it could be Elvis makes you lighthearted. It could be Elvis is like some sort of imagery in your head. It could be, whatever, but. Oh, that could be too. It could be literal, right? You want to, yeah, they love Elvis, but you want them to love you, like, perfect. Yeah, perfect.
Can you bring that vibration up 3%?
Yeah, like, I mean, so she's asking, can you bring that vibration up? Like, like, okay, I want people to be nice to me at Thanksgiving. Everybody loves Elvis at the house. I want them to love me a little bit like Elvis. You can just sit and be like, literally, you can use these situations where you go, okay, I see myself as Elvis. I see myself in Elvis going into the thing. And, as silly as it sounds, it's part of your inner language. So it's not literal. It's like you're tapping into a feeling where you have like visual imagery, right? So then you just kind of hold with the visual imagery. And again, being non-reactive allows those situations to shift in the environment, with the people, but you have to be in a certain place. So if you get to it by thinking of yourself dressed as Elvis, I've heard a lot weirder, like that's not that weird, but like, yeah. And then like when people say, hey, how have you been? You can just give them a, makes you laugh internally, and then Yeah, yeah.
Bob's issue is lack of self-acceptance.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. And, so she's asking, is Uncle Bob's, issue in that situation a lack of self-acceptance? I would say yes. And at some point, probably feelings got hurt, and then he punished the people around him, and then he was upset because they still weren't meeting his needs, even though he punished them. He thinks they should like try to rally and meet his needs. He's doing this all unconscious, which keeps making the situation worse. He's causing his own problem, right? But he doesn't see it that way. It's everybody else's fault. Pain always makes you go like this. Pain always makes you do that. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Pete.
You said 70% of thoughts that might be coming into your head could possibly be other people's thoughts.
So he's asking, is 70% of thoughts potentially are from other people? I would say that's for the general public that is just like not self-aware and just going about their normal everyday life. As you get more refined, it starts to be like 40 to 50, and eventually you're never completely walking away from it, but it eventually becomes very small.
Well, about the Elvis thing, one of the things I'm stressing about is I had a friend who played Elvis type music. He looked like Elvis. He's about 76 years old when he passed away. And he passed away like 3 years ago, and it really has been stressing on me. And I had inherited some stuff from him that was given to me. But it's something that I've been, as part of the meditation for this weekend, I've been trying to cut cords with the fact of how he died, what it bothers me. So the funny thing is that she spoke about Elvis, which in a funny way, which kind of is relieved me because I'm thinking of Elvis in a kind of rough way. And then she made it as kind of like a joke, sort of.
Right.
Kind of like.
Yeah, let's see how you do with this through the weekend, and we can maybe address it a little bit deeper, but some of this process should help with that. Yeah.
What I felt instead of the pushing back, it felt like stacking. In the back.
Oh, nice.
Then I also felt the vibration up here again.
Mm-hmm. So she was saying during the meditation, she felt like a stacking. And if you think like what we were talking about, like the mindfulness and working the back heart, in that first aspect, is you're moving things from the emotional body up into the mind. So I think you're feeling something physical, and your mind is like going the stacking thing, like you're trying to make sense out of what you're feeling. But that's actually very accurate.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Let's get you unmuted here.
Hi.
Hey.
I love the story about the hot dog.
I know,
huh? I'll probably be thinking about that a lot. Anyway, there's two things that came up for me in what we've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if they're connected or not, but you did say something about the eyes being closed with the inner and mixing it with the outer. Your eye, you could keep your eyes open, or you said even something about a slit in your eye. You didn't use that word, but not completely closed.
Right.
But, one thing that I've been doing for years and not getting an answer for is my left eye. It would every once in a while get a little ball of mucus or something in it, and I'd have to take it out with a Kleenex. And I asked different people about doctors, whoever I was going to, if they knew what the cause was. And no one had an answer until recently. The eye specialist I went to said I wasn't closing my left eye completely when I sleep. I never heard that, and the eye was adjusting and causing that.
Hmm.
And so that's one thing. And then the other thing, and I don't know if there's a connection here. I recently, the group I'm involved with is taking a trip to Israel in about a week.
Mhm.
And I really wanted to go, I thought, on that trip. And of course, it's been in the plans for months, maybe a year. And I kept thinking I might get to go, but then I broke my knee. And and I was in the middle of 250 women when I fell and broke my knee. And my body shakes when I release negativity. And I was at this retreat, and at the beginning we were singing and standing, and my body released. And then at break, I was room kind of hurry. Everybody pushed their chairs out and didn't get them back in. And someone had a thing underneath it. So I tripped on this purse that was underneath this chair and fell and hit my face on a chair that was not pulled in, and blood and stitches, and I fell and shattered my knee. Well, I thought, that's going to keep me, is that going to keep me from going on this trip? Anyway, I'm not really fully recovered from that. And I don't know that I would have been able to go on the trip. And I don't know if that happened because I wasn't supposed to go on the trip, or because something weird happened, because I don't know why I should have fallen. It's just something I'm accepting. But anyway, what I realized about going on that trip, it was a family thing. It was the form. I wanted the form. Now, I've been to Israel. I've even worked on an archaeological dig there. And so I've been there twice. So it's not necessarily that I had to go. To me, it was like a family thing, being together. And I had energy on that family. I did a lot of energy work on family. And I'm here, family karma and stuff. So I don't know. I'm just putting all this together, and I don't know if the eye, me not sleeping with my eye closed, is trying to bring something into form. I was disappointed.
That's just an eye issue. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the other issue. So anyway, that's what I'm working with now, is healing my knee. It's very stiff, and
I bet.
Yeah. It happened March the 4th. And I've been dealing with it that long. I even got COVID over.
Wow.
Yeah. From the hospital, maybe. I don't know where. Yeah. So I guess I'm just sharing. I don't know if you have a comment or not.
Yeah, let's see how the weekend treats you and what comes to you as you go through and do this process.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
During the process, somebody said they did feel the expanding.
Oh, good.
When you had
Yeah.
us first start doing that.
I was watching people here. It was happening in person too. Like, you almost kind of start dozing off, or it's moving over to the intuitive mind. Yeah, very good.
Dream state.
Yeah.
On the state alive.
Right.
How long can I walk?
He was saying kind of in between the dream state and the waking state, and how long could he stay there? And
After the practice, someone said very warm.
Oh, very warm.
I felt like everything in my environment slowed down and got more still, but my busybody checklist mind kind of kept going.
Yeah, it can happen.
Today I'm having tree imagery. First, a flock of robins landing on a small tree, possibly my barren peach tree. Then this straight tree growing up and up and up.
Hmm.
Are we taking a nap after this?
Yes, we are going to go into nap time here. Hmm.
So can we use this step by thinking of a difficult situation, perhaps an ongoing one or difficult person like the Uncle Bob situation? Think of that and then do this process and in order to perhaps receive a bit of insight on how to
So
handle that.
yeah, so she's asking, like, could you use this in a situation where you're like, okay, I have this difficulty with Uncle Bob. You could to a certain extent, but what you're doing with the mindful phase is you're dealing with what's in front of you. You're dealing with what's happening in the present. Like if you really wanted to go and explore like your feelings and things with Uncle Bob, I would do the one before with awareness. But this could still be like, sometimes you're like, okay, I haven't dealt with Uncle Bob for 3 or 4 months, but he's still in my mind. You know what I mean? Like sometimes when somebody really bothers you, they're in your head. They're just, it is, right? So you could sit and think about it and then do the practice and then just be still. And you're not trying to recall anything in this particular one, in the mindful one, right? You're just paying attention to what is happening in the present moment, like just what is happening. And if Bob doesn't come up, then Bob doesn't come up. If something else comes up, then you stick with that. Like whatever just kind of comes up. Sometimes these situations are tied to other situations, like it could be a series of different people treating you a particular way. And just like for Dawn, Elvis represents something, like your Uncle Bob could represent some sort of pattern in your life. And as you realize things about Uncle Bob, you realize, I got a bunch of Uncle Bobs in my life. I just don't call them Uncle Bob, but they are, there's a pattern. And so it just helps you to be more mindful of what the pattern, but mindfulness is always about the present moment, right? If you're wanting to have awareness, go in looking at different situations, do the awareness practice, which was the first segment. Yeah.
I've been noticing that, and I have for years anyway, the idea that when I'm sitting up straight, I notice I tend to want to cant forward from the hips. Should I make sure to try to stay at right angles with my spine and whatever I'm sitting on?
She's saying that when she's doing this practice, sometimes she tends to lean forward. You're just probably starting to relax. Like if you want to slump over and relax, you can do that. Ideally, for moving the energy, you'd want to stay a little bit more upright. But if you start to, like you're unwinding some stress or you're starting to feel a little bit like doing this thing, nothing wrong with it.
And we still want to keep back off not have our backs actually.
That's more for deeper meditations. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah. Okay. And everybody's good here. Okay, so we'll do an 1.5 hour break for lunch. So it is 5 after, so we'll come back at 2:35.
Hey, Greg, this is Dan in Sarasota. Hey,
Hey,
Di,
Dan, how are you?
hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good to be here again. Di's with me today. She had a question for you.
Hi, Greg. Earlier you said that there were you gave examples of the same oil, like alternative like vetiver, or are those all the same as this one?
The Ruskus?
The couscous.
Ruskus is like a fancy version of vetiver.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so it's a wild vetiver. Yeah.
Oh, wild
so,
vetiver. Okay.
Yeah. So in India they call like the cultivated vetiver, and then the wild vetiver they call roost goose.
Oh, okay. So it's all the same thing as what you mentioned.
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah,
Okay, good. Yeah, I was just reading up quickly on it, and it said about the personality of this particular one is what they call the observer.
Yeah, yeah, very nice.
Like a person that is
Right.
analytical, but is just sets themselves apart and is sort
Right.
of more an observer rather than a reacting person.
Oh,
you know,
nice.
which is interesting. you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
to see. Thanks.
You're so welcome. Okay. Okay, so we will break till 2:35, get some good lunch or a good nap or something. And then we'll come back and we'll do a couple more today. Kind of not a super fast pace. We're just going to do a casual pace like this. And so we'll do two more today and then four again tomorrow.
What time are we back again?
2:35.
2:35, guys.
Breath.
Hey guys, it's Sam. I just wanted to share something with you guys really quick as we come back. For those of you who have been here with us a long time, you know our workbooks are great, but we made them even better. So we made it so.
And we're very humble about it, apparently.
Well, I didn't do it, so I like that I'm taking credit here for this. But when you hover over any of the methods of application, you'll see that they're underlined, and it may not be underlined, but you can go over like the letter. And if you click on that, it'll be a hyperlink and it'll bring you to the actual details on the blog as well. And so we're making these workbooks more interactive so you guys can really utilize them in multiple ways. And so I just wanted to kind of give that little show here. So you can click on these, you can click on the B for the body tonic, and it'll link over to the description of what the body tonic is, how you guys can make it as well on the website. Yeah, on the website, on the blog. And if you ever just want to go to the blog itself, you can actually find all these things where it says methods. And the methods are these first pages on the workbook. So we're just trying to make it so you can access these more easily directly from the workbooks. And we're going to get it even more interactive for you, but we just wanted to share and let you guys know that for now.
Yeah, like over the next few months, we're going to make the workbook. So like if you wanted a piece of information, we might not bog it down in the workbook itself, but we hit it and then it takes you to the website that has a bunch of information. You have a question? Yeah. So yeah, so it's basically a work in progress, but we're trying to make that you can access information or like things about like what things are in what kits, and we're going to be doing a whole bunch of things. So when you get the booklet, it's just really super easy for you to be able to look something up and be able to go grab it out of a kit or go, you know, you'll see as the next couple months progress, but it's a little project that we have going. And so okay, so with that, we're at the top of page 3, self-compassion. So let's go ahead and move to page 3. And choices here are the blend 3 wise men, patchouli or dark patchouli, frankincense, and or myrrh. And the reason why we're choosing these oils and specifically is these are all oils that jumpstart the endocrine system. You know, it's not about balancing out or stimulating one particular gland. It's about just jumpstarting function of all the glands, all your endocrine functions. Now, you have to remember that part of what you call your mind is actually the endocrine system functioning through the brain, like functioning through your nervous system. It is the byproduct that causes some of your thoughts, some of your, even your attitudes and behaviors are a reflection of how the endocrine system is impacting and passing through the nervous system. Now, the endocrine system communicates very slowly. The nervous system communicates very quickly, right? So if you burn your hand, you feel an instant reaction in your body. That's neurological, right? But over a period of time, certain patterns in your body, especially with repetitive experiences that you have in the environment, will impact your endocrine function, right? Some glands will be a little bit more active, some will be a little bit less active, but basically your glands are a byproduct of things going on in your body, but things also going on in the environment, right? Perfect example of this is adrenal overactivation because of stimulation from the environment where it might not feel safe or stable for you. So you go a little bit on red alert. That is mostly an endocrine response. It's passing through and stimulating your nervous system to be aware, but you know, it's hard to say chicken or the egg on those. So you treat both, right? So here for self-compassion, we want to generate the proper endocrine function that affects how we think about ourselves. If you think of like you have somebody at work who's doing the same behavior, you know, doing some behavior, and you're like, that jerk, that a-hole, he's doing this, he's doing that. What kind of person does this? And you go home at night and your kid does the same thing, and it's like, oh, that's upsetting, but you know, he's a kid, he's little, he's, you know, you become way more tolerant. Why? Because you feel love for the child, you don't feel love for the person at work. Some of that is your glands. You know, when you feel loving feelings, a lot of that is endocrine in nature. When you feel hatred sometimes, that also is endocrine in nature, right? So if you change the glands, you can change like how you feel, how you behave. So here we're targeting it very specifically for how we think and feel about ourselves, like being able to be a little bit more tolerant of ourselves. And if you think about like if you grew up and you were always scolded like, oh, you did this wrong, you did that wrong, you did this wrong, you did that wrong. As you get older, even when that person or that parent's not standing over you, you still like, oh, I did that wrong. I did this wrong. Oh, I can't do anything right. That's an endocrine issue. That is your glands have communicated this amongst the glands so that when you get triggered in that way, the glands just go, here we go again. Here we go again, right? So if you can break out of that cycle in endocrine function, all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I made a mistake, but you know, it wasn't devastating. It was, you know, I flipped something, the letter came back to me, or, you know, I put something in the post office, I did the wrong address. Okay, it's going to take a week longer than it should have, you know, not that big of a deal, right? So I always refer to this in therapy as treating the part that we beat up on ourselves, but a lot of times we're taking the baton from somebody who beat up us when we were younger. Like, you know, this person stopped doing it, but it was like, don't worry, I'll cover you while you're gone. Like, I'll just continue the behavior, right? It's because it got locked in the glands. It got locked in the endocrine system. So here, it's not completely a reboot, but if you jumpstart all the glands, you have a greater potential for the glands to function more appropriately and to break the pattern of communication between the glands. They respond slowly. It takes a while for the pattern to break slowly, right? But once it's communicating in a particular way, it takes effort to break that communication line, right? So here we're breaking the communication line, right? So we're doing this in the cultivation of self-compassion. Everybody makes mistakes, everybody. You know, I'm going to share this. I know I've told it a bunch of times, so, but, you know, I was walking with the guru, this is many, many years ago, and he said, how's things going? And I kind of gave him the version of, you know, And he said, you know, what's the problem? You know, we were walking and I was quiet for a minute or two. And I go, well, whenever I start something, whenever I go into a new area, when, you know, I don't do well for a while. I make a bunch of mistakes. Like I go in and I make just a bunch of mistakes for a while. And then eventually I kind of get my bearings and he went, oh, very good, very good. And I was like, I don't think he heard what I said. And then I go, no, like when I go somewhere, I make a bunch of mistakes for a while. Like I'm not getting it right off the bat. I'm making mistakes. It takes me a while to get my feet under me. And he went, oh, very good, very good. And I'm like, he is not, like, he is mind somewhere else. Like he's not getting it. And I was like, no, like, look, I go into an area, I make a bunch of mistakes, like a bunch. And then after a while, after a bunch of mistakes, I eventually kind of figure it out and get it going. But when I go in, I just screw up for a while. He went, oh, very good, very good, very good. And I'm like, like, it just, like, my mind was like in a cramp. Like, I was like, I don't know how to say it to him better. And then he said, you know, the rule of thumb is in business, your first 3 looks at any given situation, you assume they're always wrong. You just assume it. He said the people who make mistakes in situations is they assume that they're right. Right? So rule of thumb is, regardless of how well things are going, your first 3 looks at something are wrong. And then eventually you keep kind of reevaluating, and eventually you kind of get the hang of it and you start doing it well. And he said, you going in, knowing that you're making mistakes right off the bat, you keep doing it. You're aware that you're making mistakes. So you keep self-correcting until you get it, you know, get it right. And so he let me have it for a second. And then he goes, like I said, very good, very good. And so he was giving me a compliment, but even in the compliment, I was like screwing it up. Like, I was like, no, you're not understanding. I'm supposed to nail this conversation right off the bat. No, right? So your ability to refine yourself, you could say, is in the flexibility of your glands. Not so much your nervous system, a little bit, but if your glands are very rigid in the patterns that they do, you're rigid. But if your glands can be a little bit more flexible and shift from one state to a next, it makes it easier to be more fluid in situations. Like, you're tolerant with a child doing that same behavior. It's because you feel love. You're feeling something. You're not thinking something, you're feeling something. So if you could call that up when the person at work, who might be a good person, not doing it being malicious or being a jerk, they might just not know. It becomes easier to call up that feeling and go, well, you know, they're learning. Right? But if the glands are really rigid, it's like, that jerk, why isn't he paying attention? Right? So a lot of this flexibility comes in glandular communication. Right? So here, we're going to use this to jumpstart the glands, but you could say, in a way, making the glands a little bit more flexible, a little bit more tolerant in the communication. Tolerance here just means they have ability to shift from one state to the next, right? Like the ability to get angry and then pull out of it and be soft very quickly. That is the level or degree of flexibility in your endocrine system. You just have the ability to shift. Like, if you think about it, you recall a happy time. Part of what you're doing is you're stimulating certain endocrine function, and you're re-experiencing something through the glands, right? You know, like, we were talking with somebody, like some friend or whatever, and they were talking about like planning a vacation. And they said, planning the vacation is as much fun as going on the vacation. And then she said some comment like, even if I don't go on the vacation, I still got to plan for the vacation. It was still very like exciting or happy, like of just experiencing the potentials. That right there, like if you translated what she said, I like the way my glands feel when I think about going on vacation. I like the way my glands make me feel when I go do this, right? So even when you think like, okay, I need to have a big talk and give a big presentation, I want everybody to be excited, and you start thinking about it and visualizing it, you're starting to experience the glands, like the experience that you're feeling is the glands imagining you in that situation where you can go, oh, I'm a little bit elevated here. I'm a little bit excited. I'm really enthusiastic. You're creating a scenario for your glands to express, right? When we have harsh self-judgment, like dialogue, part of that is the glands go, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Good people don't do this. You're a bad person, this. Whatever the dialogue is, it's just chatter in the glands. Each system has its own kind of chatter, by the way. The nervous system has its kind of chatter. The glands have its own kind of chatter, that happens in the head. Here, we want to calm down this kind of chatter, right? So just close your eyes and think of something where, not that other people would judge you. Think of a time where you judge you. Like, oh, I can't believe I did that. It's interesting. Like, I guess you have to stop visualizing and listen to me, but all of the oils that are present here work for this. But I find this a little bit interesting with patchouli. Because the patchouli, like a lot of times people go, oh, that's like the hippie oil back from the 60s, early 70s, whatever, which is true. But patchouli, it stimulates the glands. But if you look at what it does psychologically or energetically, however you want to say it, it breaks down internal barriers. Like it breaks down inner walls, right? So if you have some wall of like, I always behave like this, you could see even in what you know about patchouli, that's what patchouli breaks down. It breaks down these walls, these barriers. All these oils actually do it. Frankincense does it. It does it in a different way, but it does it. Myrrh, 3 wise men is frankincense and myrrh put together, fancy version. So you have the patchoulis, you have the frankincense, the myrrh. Even if you think about in a lot of ceremonies, what do they usually do? They burn something. A lot of traditions burn frankincense at the very beginning. And you could say, oh, it's clearing space. It's preparing the body. It's preparing the body. It's preparing the glands. It's preparing the glands to have the ability to shift. Even experiencing higher states, certain things have to shift in your body. Your nervous system, your body has to calm down, be still, but your glands have to be relatively flexible for you to experience what you're experiencing. Otherwise, the energy might come down and you go like, I feel nothing, which that happened to me for a very long time. But then as the endocrine system changes, you feel things very easily, right? So you've thought about something where you judge yourself a little bit. We're not necessarily working that specific thing. We're just using it as a measuring line, like a baseline. Like, okay, when I think about that, I could get pretty judgy towards myself. We're going to do this process, and then we're going to go back and say, how do I feel now? Do I still feel as judgy, right? So begin inhaling whichever oil you're using. Just start inhaling it. We won't even do the pattern yet. Just take a moment to inhale.
What about making incense with this?
What was it?
Incense with this.
With what?
Could you do that?
With what?
The
Between?
Bajou.
Yeah, sure. Oh, somebody's asking, is there a best one? They're all pretty solid. Yeah, like I would say any of them would work for this.
I was just wondering if you're using it, like putting it on your arms and legs.
Yeah. She said it was asking if you do a body tonic with this. That's also helpful. Yeah.
Here's with the Prosperity having patchouli and dark patchouli.
I'd have to look it up. Yeah. I think so, but I'd have to look it up. Yeah. Okay, so just take some long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Liajna, you're still taking long, slow, deep breaths with the oils. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. And then just be still for a moment. Notice how you feel. How's that feeling? Here in person, I'm starting to see those long distance stares, you know. Your awareness is on your spine. Check in with your spine. Where do you feel it? Take some long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is between the eyebrows on the ajna. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Just be still. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Keep your eyes closed. Just let it do its thing. Let's do one more round of this. Go ahead, begin inhaling. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Just be still for a moment. Just be still. Pay attention to your spine. Where do you feel it in your spine? Go ahead and begin inhaling. And then just be still. Just let everything go. You can keep your eyes closed. Notice what pops up in your mind. Now, think of things where you would judge yourself, where you'd be intolerant towards yourself, and just observe them. Notice your reaction, notice your thoughts. Just see what you notice. How do they seem? Okay, bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then just be still. Just let it incubate. Let it be still. Doing. That's what it looks like. How you doing? Okay, bottle to your chest, chin down. Do another 8 or 9 materialization breaths. And then just be still. Let it incubate. Your awareness is on your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Start taking some long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is between the shoulder blades. Just be still. Now reflect on something that you would judge yourself on, something where you'd be intolerant. What do you notice? Even as you think of these situations in your life, these things that you might judge yourself, without even doing a pat or anything, just inhale the oil as you think of the situation. And just be still. What do you notice? Let's go ahead and share experiences with this. You know, we kind of learn from each other with some of our experiences.
Realization. I felt the ache in my heart, like a
Mm.
discomfort.
Mm-hmm.
But then when we went back for the second
Mm-hmm.
materialization, it dissolved.
Oh, nice.
And then the stacking.
The stacking happened again. So,
But more like,
solid.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
So what she was saying, like when, you know, because we're dealing with self-compassion here, and she said the first time when we did the materialization, it felt like achy in the heart. But then by the second time, it's already dissipated and starting to feel good. Yeah. Yeah. It started to feel good. And then she's the one that felt the stacking going like from here up. So it's impacting the mental body eventually. So yeah. Tracy, you had something?
Yeah, did you say that when you were talking before about it, that sometimes when we react or we're judging somebody else, it could be something that happened that did something to our glands that,
Yeah, well, I was saying it slightly different, but same idea. She was going back to, like, you know, when you have like a certain reactions in situations, some of that is blood flow. Some of that's blood flow to your brain. Some of it is a little bit of your nervous system, and a lot of it is your glands, like how you respond with your glands. And so, you know, you have these certain experiences, like as soon as you see this person, you're like, and you start feeling bad again. Like, you know, on one level, yes, you know that you've had so many bad experiences with him that you're probably going to have the same bad experience again, right? Like you're almost reliving the past memories. But how you're reliving that past memory is through your glands. Like when you see that person, the glands go, oh, here we go again, glandular pattern, Uncle Bob. And you start having these like feelings and things. And so literally being able to break the pattern of how the glands are communicating in that moment, you know, with that kind of stimuli, it actually changes your behavior and your thought processes, which are then reflected on how you're seeing and judging yourself, you know. So it's not so much about just like any sort of stimuli in the environment. Yeah, I mean, there could be ways that I could demonstrate this, but it would be long and complicated and hard to do with Zoom but like, for example, you could be sitting there and feeling all peaceful, and then I go, okay, go back to, when you were in high school, and some of your guys' adrenal glands would go, "Ugh, I hated high school, I hated this, I hated that. And some of you might have really loved high school. So you almost have this feeling of like a euphoria that comes over you, and you're like, that was a good time, right? All of that is your glands are producing those responses, right? So you're looking at, I'm thinking of this time in the past where it was horrible, and your glands go, oh yeah, I remember that pattern. There you go. Remember how that felt? And you're like, because if you think about how do you feel, is really how are your glands making you feel? Like if you feel love for somebody, your glands have helped you to feel love for somebody. Like a lot of times when you feel love for somebody, especially like, maybe you're dating somebody where there's a little bit of conflict, actually the first place where it starts to click is in the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus is like, to reduce conflict here, feel nice feelings for this person. Like that's the whole thing with people who are kidnapped. And what's that called? Stockholm syndrome is they're in this dangerous place. The only way to make it better is to have like positive feelings. Otherwise, the idea of what's happening to them is so devastating that it would be hard to function. It would be hard to live or survive. So then they go, glands do this thing. I love this person, or I love this group taking me hostage.
So in my situation, I had, it's actually my brother-in-law, pull at me a few months ago and just rail at me, like he was just, everything was my fault. He was screaming at me. I was cornered. I couldn't, no one around but him. And, I got myself out of the situation because having been a little kid and having stuff like that happen, I know how to, get out of the situation. But I've noticed since then that I'm super duper critical of him. Like
Yeah.
everything he does, I'm just like,
Yeah.
"Oh,
So she's saying like a relative cornered her and yelled at her, and she got out of it. And then she said afterwards, she knows she's super critical of him. So for one, you're defensive, your feelings got hurt, you could go through all of that. But part of it is your glands are like, keep away from that dude. He's a jerk and he's gonna corner you, and he, yeah, feel all the things. So you know what I usually do when somebody does something like that, like corners you and really is going at you? As soon as they take a pause, go, Jesus loves you. I'm not joking. How do you keep staying angry at that? Because internally it sets in their mind, I'm being a jerk. I'm being a jerk. And you just keep going, Jesus loves you. Jesus loves you. Just say it with a really soft voice. Jesus loves you. And all of a sudden they'll just be, and then they walk off. And it's true. Jesus does love them. You're just making it very clear to them in the moment.
You think it's hard sometimes when you've had stuff like that happen when you're a kid and you learn how to respond to
Yeah.
kind of situation. It's hard to then remember something like that
Mhm.
at the time because your defense mechanisms kick in and you're like, I just got to get out of this situation somehow,
Mhm.
But I will try. I will put that in the back of my mind.
So there's either doing that or if you're not comfortable, but you wait till they're exhausted and then you go, really? That's all you can come up with? Come on, a little bit more. And almost like egg them on to the point of exhaustion. And at that point, it breaks something in their glands. Because they don't want to go to that exhausted spot. They don't want to go to that vulnerable spot again. It's you could call it emotional rope-a-dope. Like, come on, keep bringing it on. You just keep bringing it on, and then that's all you got. And then you're like, oh, come on, big guy, come on, like you can do better than that. And then at some point, they're exhausted. They can't hold on to it anymore.
See, and I'm judging.
But that's big pattern stuff. That's not in the moment. That's like, we're going to stop doing this. We're going to stop doing this big time. So I used to use that in the corporate setting, worked every time.
I'm judging myself for being triggered in that moment, like, and being so upset and
Yeah.
like I was just like, like.
So she's saying that when she was getting yelled at, she's judging herself for being upset and getting triggered and things. And see, that's the thing is like the glands are having a response in this situation. And then you then take it and start processing how you think about yourself.
Feel my glands because I'm starting to get a hot flash. You feel the fight, flight, yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah. Go ahead, Denise, then Dan.
hey, Denise.
Sorry, I had to figure out how to unmute. I'll get the hand in a moment.
I got it.
Thank you, Sam. I've had a hard time with this one, but it could be because a lot's going on. But I
You got
have,
a tough situation. So, I mean, I would
But
say
I-
for this one, I would work this one a lot for you.
thank you. And part of the reason I signed up is to help me kind of get through this weekend. But I
Yeah.
also have a faith that what doesn't show up today, I think is showing up tomorrow. I think it's pretty deeper than what I can quite get a hold of. Does that make sense in a way?
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, for some reason, because I feel like something's happening, but I can't quite get a hold of what it is. But
Yeah,
I'm enjoying the
And sometimes, how you feel in the moment, you're like, yeah, I feel okay. But like 2, 3, 4 days later, you'll notice like a shift. And sometimes it takes that long for it to shift. Like it's not always immediate.
And I think I think I struggle a lot with self-acceptance and have since I've been a
You have a
child.
very,
So-
you have a very difficult situation. You constantly have things that push you to that place where you have to recultivate this.
So that's that's
Yeah,
okay. Thank
yeah,
you. That
yeah,
helps.
yeah.
It helps.
Yeah.
Just I'll keep swimming.
Like you're not going to be able to do a one time and like, oh, this feels great, and then not have it again. It's going to be ongoing for you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But do you have anything that you'd recommend besides the Melissa or Galbanum right now, just that I should be taking?
I would work this particular pattern, like whatever you use, the patchouli or the frankincense, myrrh, the 3 wise men. I would work that quite substantially.
Okay. And do you like bergamot? I love the smell of the bergamot that you guys recently sent.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
For this particular step, like this segment, bergamot wouldn't work, but it's good for calming, soothing, anxiety, things like that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll stick with our program too. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, Di had a question.
Hi, it's me, Di, the token attendee. Hi. So I have a question around feeling something like when you go, say, to bring your awareness and your spine in this particular exercise. There is, I feel something in my lower back. Is there a meaning to parts of the spine that you feel at? Like, is it in the thoracic or is it cervical or?
Right. Not necessarily.
Okay.
Not necessarily. It's like sometimes it's I mean, like low back can be a little bit stability oriented, but I wouldn't even put too much on that. Like I would just work the blockage. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because-
More
and
about
then-
working the blockage. Yeah.
Yeah, and then so for this one, is it just the patchouli, or is there or is it any of these herbs?
Any of the choices there.
Oh, any of these two others. Okay. And then finally, I mean, this morning I've been really good at clearing the mind. I was always been drawing a blank, but in this particular exercise, and I noticed this patchouli thing is a lot heavier in terms of the smell, and it felt like it was more penetrating. The
Yeah.
feeling.
You're using the kit. The kit.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
So the kit has a dark patchouli, which is a heavier patchouli.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the other two ones, they're very cool and light, but this one's quite heavy. And so, but the most interesting part was suddenly when you asked for the spine awareness, I mean, just a bunch of things came up for me. They like, you
Nice.
know, think of, you know, what comes up for you about judgment, and the words came up like procrastination,
Mhm.
loser was coming up a lot.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Being a loser because of not
Great.
getting things done. And
Yeah.
then, but then it was interesting. Immediately when I turned to the back of the heart,
Mhm.
it started to kind of soften.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was happening this morning. Okay, maybe it's because I had a nap before this session. Then I started to soften, and instead of you're a procrastinator, you're a loser, and then you know the KFUCK radio going on, it suddenly is to think of the times when you actually didn't feel like a loser and what was happening then. So it started, and it wasn't actually even I wasn't feeling tension on the top of my head. I was actually feeling it in the middle of my heart. And
Oh,
then,
good.
yeah, and there were some answers about the lack of the perfectionism is because the perfectionism, I want things to be perfect. I procrastinate and I don't finish. And it's not that I'm a loser. And then also what helped me, this was the interesting part, was that I would feel a lack of direction. And that's when I would start to procrastinate. And what has helped in the past was to actually find a guide, you know, a mentor, someone that I know had walked that path and could actually help me. So looking for help in the things that challenged me was the thing that came up for me.
Good.
So just wanted to
Yeah.
share that. But it was
Nice.
very quick. This so I could feel this one is very heavy, and it's actually had a very quick, deep impact in my glands.
Oh, good.
As you
Good,
say.
good, good.
Thank you for
Right.
listening.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, this is Dan. I just wanted to add one more thing too. Denise, thanks for sharing what you just did, how you started out, because that's, as I was trying to write something out in my first session, that's exactly what I wrote. Let me read it. It's wowed. This is I'm wowed. I know this is shifting my perspective, but I can't put it into words just yet. So it's along the same kind of lines
Yeah.
with stuff. So thank
Very
you.
nice.
Yeah.
Good, good, good.
And go ahead, Kathleen.
Hey, Kathleen.
Okay, so I'm I'm a domestic violence survivor, and it's been almost 1 year to the day, and that I got out. And so I have, this last year has all been about, of course, shame and how could I have stayed, right? Which we go through. And here's the key. He wore patchouli, and I didn't even want to open the bottle. And my experience, I just had to say something, was I was calmed. I wasn't remembering him carrying it. I don't know if that makes sense. I think I was just, it was very powerful, and it just calmed me. And I don't know. I just expected something different to happen.
Interesting. So like what I would do in this, like you said, because a lot of times with being a survivor like that, there is a lot of like self-judgment that can go along with it, especially after the fact. And that you're able to already be in that kind of a place within a year is amazing. I would still work this one a little bit, because you know that pattern of like how we end up staying in those situations is really more endocrine than it is psychological. Like it is really more about the glands, just the way that they're functioning keeps us in those places longer than like your mind or your emotions might have let you, move on. And so by contemplating that situation and then doing this particular step, be it with the patchouli or the frankincense or myrrh, you're breaking up the glandular pattern of being in that situation. Like it makes you be able to walk away from it or step away from it faster.
Right. Well, thank you
Yeah.
very, very much.
Yeah,
for that
super
insight.
good for you.
Thank
And that you're able to do it with a scent that would have evoked memory of him is mind-blowingly amazing.
Oh,
Yeah, good
Thank-
for you.
thank you.
Yeah, it shows you've done a lot of work. Yeah.
I'm starting to have a headache, which is weird for me. Can you suggest me to inhale an oil now?
Where's the headache at? Like what part of her head? Or is it, or
What part of your head? Temples.
temples? Move your arms and your shoulders, your neck. Like just kind of do a lot of this motion and then a lot of moving the neck. It might also be a little bit of the materialization breath of doing the up and down. Maybe don't do that as much or just tilt the chin a little bit, but the temples, it's radiating from the shoulder muscles like up in here. And it's probably the motion or just this area's gotten congested. Yeah.
You told them to keep us posted.
Yeah. You could put a little something that's relaxing on, where this neck and shoulder kind of meet.
Like what?
Anything relaxing, like marjoram, vetiver, spikenard. And everybody's good here?
Clarification,
Mhm.
You said that sometimes when they're moving back to the Jesus loves you piece,
Mhm.
I'm assuming that you can say Jesus loves you and have a good effect, but if you say Jesus loves you and so do I, and it's
No, I would just say,
for the heart.
just say Jesus loves you. Don't add things to like, and so do I. That still has got a little bit of a poke in it.
Well, that's
Just,
what I was
yeah.
wondering, is if
You just want to say Jesus loves you. I have a really funny story about that. So when I was young, I used to work in bicycle shops, and guys from other shops would call around and harass shops when they were slow. And so one time I'm answering the phone, and within a couple of minutes, some guy starts yelling at me, wants to speak to the owner and everything. And I was just like, sir, Jesus loves you. I've been doing this since I was a little kid, by the way. Sir, Jesus loves you. And the person was like, what? And I said it again. And he was like quiet for a little bit. And he goes, how'd you know it was me? And I go, I don't know who this is. And they go, they're so-and-so from this other shop. He goes, how did you know I was harassing you? I go, I didn't know that you were harassing me. And he goes, you were just saying that to a customer? I go, I say it all the time. And he goes, yeah, I didn't know what to say after that. like he goes, it just, yeah. Like he goes, all I could come up with was like, what? And that usually it's such a shock. Plus you're invoking like a holy name, a being. And at some point, their psyche, they start judging themselves. And you just step back and you just let the magic happen. That's all you got to do. Let the magic happen. I've never had it not work. I've had it take a while to work, but I've never had it like not work. And you just say it very, very softly, like Jesus loves you. Like in a super non-judgy way.
It's the same way when you get the phone call, when you have the phone ringing and the person on the other line triggers you.
Right.
They're,
Yeah.
They're always talking about
Right.
other things that you've already put boundaries on, like.
Right.
If it's not about you.
I would totally agree. So she's bringing up a good point. Like you have your phone in your hand and somebody calls you that, maybe you have issues with, and you look at it and you're like, ugh, it's your glands remembering, Uncle Bob's on the phone. I got to deal with Uncle Bob. Oh my God. He's going to be argumentative. You just start replaying all these things. It's your glands. Like a lot of that is your glands. Some of it is circulation actually too, but mostly glands. You know, when something like that happens, the blood flow to your head actually goes down. It's part of how you get triggered.
Did you say that different types of situations cause different glands to?
Mhm. She said, like, different kinds of situations will cause different responses in the glands. Yes. Some can be positive, some can be negative, some can be a little bit of a mix.
That's not what I learned, like which glands would.
It's not about a gland, it's about how they're communicating. It's like these rhythms or patterns within the glands. Yeah.
Really quick, from the booklet, it says, it's okay to be imperfect.
Mhm.
That's an affirmation I will use to not beat myself up next
Yeah.
time I do a mistake or experience setbacks.
Yeah. I had a spiritual teacher teach me, he goes, I'm going to teach you this really profound mantra. And I was like, oh, yes. Let it rip. And he goes, irrelevant. And he's like, every time something comes up where you get a little worked up, irrelevant. And I was like, "Ugh, really? Give me something juicy? And he's like, no, practice it. And something started to come up, like, I don't know, a few days later or something. And I started doing irrelevant. I was like, damn it, it works. Yeah. But it's like, you know, none of us are perfect. None of us are. We have areas that were good. We have areas that were not so good. Even when you're good, you got things together. You still make mistakes. Bad things still happen. Like, you know, things just still happen. You know, it's part of being in a body. Like, it's just. But how we handle that is really what defines us. Not so much that it happened, but how did we handle it? You know. Yes.
One of my favorites is if you can't make a mistake, can't make anything.
Right. So she was saying, Hilda was saying, there's is it an old saying or just a thing for you? She said, if you can't make a mistake, you can't make anything. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. And sometimes your mistakes lead into something significant. If you look at the discovery of penicillin, that was a mistake. That was not something they were setting out to do. Right. And so mistakes are not as bad as we make them out to be. You know, sometimes they help you get to the right ending or the right goal, the right end result. You might not have gotten there on your, what's it?
Everything happens for a reason.
Yeah. You know,
The Edison had failed to make a light bulb 1,200 times. He had found 1,200 ways it didn't work.
right. Yeah. Even failures teach you something. You know, just like she said, Thomas Edison failed making the light bulb 1,200 times before he got it right. So, yeah, I think that's, yes.
Two things. The one wonderful thing that came up was let me pronounce it right, Ho'oponopono prayer,
Mhm.
which is, you know, I'm sorry, forgive me, I love you, thank you, I speech, whatever. And that came up
Mhm.
for me. And
Right.
people. And the other thing, and I'm not being flippant, but my extremely Jewish sister, if I said Jesus loves you, she would commit me.
What would you say? Elijah loves you? Or she's saying if she's Jesus.
Just saying God loves you with it.
Yeah, I would make it a little bit more personal to her. Like what? Okay, say God. Yeah.
So I just do God loves you.
Yeah.
Moses has your best interest at heart.
Don't I?
Gosh.
Okay, so we'll take a break. We'll come back at 10 after. We'll take a little 15-minute break, and we'll do one more for the day. Unrealistic standards. Okay, everybody, let's come on back. So here we're dealing with unrealistic standards, challenging unrealistic standards. And now, these can be self-imposed. This can be everybody's favorite, things that come from your family members or your family. Also just friends or societal standards, right? Just because somebody has an opinion about something doesn't mean that it's a good one for you. You know, might be a good one for a lot of people, not necessarily a good one for you, right? And, you know, my rule of thumb is, you know, people have opinions all the time, but you're the one that has to look yourself in the mirror. You're the one that has to live with yourself when you lay down, your head's on the pillow and you're going to sleep. Nobody else cares. Like in that moment, nobody else cares. So you have to be okay with things. And you know, you look at maybe there's particular behaviors, like a group behavior, like, hey, let's all pick on this person. And you go, well, maybe that's not a good thing to be doing. Or, you know, like maybe this person doesn't have to be the scapegoat of the office or, you know, families always, you know, your brothers, sisters, parents, you know, uncles, aunts, you know, they're full of opinions. Doesn't mean they're right. Well, there's a saying here in the South, paper will sit still for anybody. You know, just because somebody has an opinion doesn't mean that it's a good opinion. You know. So with that, we have to have like kind of this fortitude or this ability to challenge when things are being presented, or there's some sort of standard where you go like, I don't know that I'm gonna adhere to this standard, you know? So, I mean, this could look a lot of different ways. But sometimes breaking out of like a pattern with like a family, like a behavioral pattern, there's a lot of pressure on you to behave a particular way, a lot of peer pressure in the workplace to think and behave a particular way. Even in spiritual circles, this can happen. I remember one time, this is just an example, a very minor example, but I was teaching in some area and the organizers were from India. And so they would take me to different temples and different ashrams, you know, like while I was in the area. And so we went to this Krishna temple, very beautiful temple. And this ashram would feed people like on certain days of the week at lunch. It was just part of their practice. And so, you know, all these people were showing up at this particular time to get the meal. And whenever people would see each other, they would do a thing where they'd look each other, instead of saying like namaste, they would go Hare Krishna. And at first I was like, okay, that's kind of interesting. And, you know, the people that were with, they were doing it to everybody. And I was like, I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it. So they would say Hare Krishna and I'd go, hi. And everybody, like, you could see everybody was like a little riled up about it. And people would stand there and stare at me because I was just going, hi. You know, I would greet them, but I wouldn't do the Hare Krishna. And, you know, I think what they're saying is like the Krishna in them sees the Krishna in you. But there's also part of it for me that I was like, I'm not just going to invoke the name of a deity as like a real casual greeting with somebody. Like that just felt not appropriate to me. I'm not saying I was right, but I'm like, just because this is the standard in this group, I'm not doing it. You know, I might have done it later if I'd been in that group for like a month and I was like, yeah, I kind of get it. Yeah, I'll do it. But in the moment, I was not feeling it. So even the organizers were like, you should probably be saying that greeting. And I was like, not gonna happen. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but if it's making everybody uncomfortable, we can leave, but I'm not doing it. And, everybody was a little bit riled up, in our little circle. And what a ridiculous thing to get riled up about, by the way. But after I explained what it was, then everybody was conflicted. Do we say it? Do we not say it? I was like, do whatever you think. But for me, it doesn't feel appropriate. I'm not saying they're being appropriate or inappropriate. I'm just saying for me, it doesn't feel appropriate. And I'm going to stick to my guns on that. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I don't feel comfortable doing it. So I'm not doing it. And everything turned out fine. We were, some people just gave us some weird looks for a little while. But like, even that, as soon as we left, who cares? They don't even know who we are. Like, it's not like they're going to track us down and make our lives miserable. They were just being a little judgy because that's what everybody did there, right? So in that situation, like, that was the standard. And I was like, I'm not going to participate. I don't think they're doing anything wrong, but for me, it felt wrong. So I didn't, So it might be little things, it might be big things. With this, I would say, though, pick your battles. Sometimes you do the long game, not the short game. You do it over a period of time. But little things like that one, it's a no big deal. So anyway, you can pull out whatever oil you're using, acacia, artemisia, mugwort, and we can still use the patchoulis, dark patchouli or regular patchouli. So as soon as you get it, you can begin inhaling, taking long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. Your awareness isn't anywhere in particular right now. You're just taking some inhalations. You're still taking some long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness down to your low back, opposite your navel on the back side, your low back area. No, they're both the same. You're still in that low back area opposite your navel. Long, slow, deep breaths. Is that training? Now your awareness is on your spine. Long, slow, deep breaths. Find the blockage in your spine or your whole spine. Just pause and be still. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on that low back area opposite your navel. You're inhaling the oil in through the nose, out through the mouth. And then move your awareness to the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Mm. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. And then once you're done, just be still. Just let it incubate. As you're sitting there, reflect on what areas that you are aware of right now where there's some sort of unrealistic standard or impersonal standard that it's like maybe it's not good for you. Work, family, self-imposed, collective unconscious, society, whatever it is. Just reflect on those standards. We're going to do another round, but let's just talk about this for a minute. Because this can be a little bit of a tough one sometimes, even though you worked it energetically, you're working it like this. Still, you know, there's patterns of behavior and there's patterns of, sometimes it's not even behavior, it's more of like how, like Tracy was saying, like there's like a set of responses that just happened. Like you have this interaction with somebody in your family, and it's not even like it's a behavior, it's just one person reacts, then the other person reacts, and it's just this weird reactionary downward spiral, so to speak. So I've talked about this before, and you know, sometimes talking about it over and over again, it helps understand how these mechanisms happen. You know, earlier we we're talking about, okay, you're sitting, you're being still, you're seeing some sort of trigger, you're being non-reactive, you're putting your attention on it, then it becomes like where you're not having any sort of reaction at all. It feels kind of just neutral, and then you keep meditating on it and your awareness on it, and boom, there's an expansion. That's great when you're sitting in the chair sniffing an oil, you know, or doing your meditation. What happens when you're in action? What happens when you're at that Thanksgiving dinner and Bob is at you, right? If you understand the mechanics of what a poke is, then it becomes very easy to disassemble it in motion, right? You can't go like, okay, Uncle Bob, you're saying all these horrible things. Give me 20 minutes. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna sit in a chair. I'm gonna inhale oils. I'm gonna think about you. And then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna have this interaction. You know, sometimes you're in the situation and it's difficult to deal with because kind of no matter what you say, they've already kind of pushing you into this place of you're going to behave this particular way, right? I'm going to put you in your place. I'm going to knock, basically, they're going to knock your feet out from under you. That's what they're trying to do, right? So if you notice, you know, I always do it like, okay, let's just make it about a cup, right? Not even this big integrated situation, right? And you notice you show up at Thanksgiving and the first poke is, what about the cup? There's no information. It was simply a poke, right? Now, going back to what we talked about before, you take it on as, there's this cup. I have to defend this cup. I don't even know why, but because there's a poke, I have to defend this cup, right? Or why I like this cup, or why I'm using this cup. I have to defend it, right? There's a poke, right? Now, you notice there was no information in there. There was a motion. Poke. What about the cup? So this is the rule of thumb. In situations like this, when you're being poked by somebody, you make them repeat themselves 3 times, sometimes 4. You go, I don't understand. You just say it right off the bat, I don't understand, right? Then they go, and then the next time they say something about the cup, but they give you more information. You're always using that cup. It's yellow. I hate yellow. Nobody likes yellow. Everybody thinks yellow is for girls. You're a boy. You're using this yellow cup. Da 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 da. Even there, you go. So what you're saying is, wait, what? I mean, literally just do it like this. Explain it to me again. And then they'll go. At that point, they've gone from being emotional to being mental because they're trying to get facts to you. You've just changed the game. You took them away from their emotional poke. They're not emotional anymore. Now they've gone to their mental body. Now they're giving you a whole bunch of details, and you can hear all the details and you can stop it right there, or you can do it one more time. My personal favorite, explain it to me like I'm 5, because then they get really super condescending. And then they give you all kinds of details, and then your answer is simply, yeah, I don't agree. No.
Personal attacks would come.
Yeah. Yeah, you just go, no, I don't agree. But you've taken them out of being emotional to being mental, and then you can just say, based on all your facts, no. Where that original poke, what about the cup? You were going to come up with all kinds of facts and they were going to go, nope, 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 nope. They were trying to knock your feet out from under you and then control the situation. So you just go, I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. And you keep making them express themselves to a higher degree. And then you get to go, no, I don't agree. Or that's your opinion. Yeah. And then act super bored. Is there going to be mashed potatoes? I heard there's going to be like stuffing, stovetop. You know, you know, just make some joke. It works every time. I mean, we used to use this in the corporate world. I remember there was this one CEO. She kept saying, I'm going to be a laughingstock. People are going to make fun of me. I was like, trust me, just do it. And she came out of the meeting and she goes, that was amazing. Like it just diffused the whole situation, because if you think of conflict, people aren't being mental, they're being emotional, and they're just doing this. Nobody's listening to each other. For you to be able to have a conversation where somebody hears you, it has to be in the mental realm, not emotional. So anything you say to, what about the cup? They're emotional. They're not going to hear a word, right? Even, nope, I don't agree with you. You bring them to the place of being mental, and then you go, I don't agree with you. They'll hear that because they're in the place to hear it, right? So if you ever are caught off guard, I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Even when people know the mechanics of what you're doing, it's still, they're like, I know what you're doing. Still works every time. You just got to keep drawing them into their mental body. Then you have the conversation. Because if you don't, if everybody gets worked up, you have to wait till everybody calms down to be able to have the conversation. That calming down is people becoming mental about it, not emotional. So in the moment, you can drag them into their mental body. You just go, I don't understand. I don't understand. Wait, what? So what you're saying is, I still don't get it. You just keep doing that until they are talking really long periods of time about information. And then you go, yeah, I don't agree. You know, you're not getting the cup. This cup's amazing. You know? And then you just change the subject. Everybody in my family thinks they have amazing shoes. It's because I changed the subject and they go, oh, those are nice shoes. Where'd you get those shoes? Changes the subject, they forget what they're talking about. Yeah. So, I mean, it's good for us to do it here. It makes it easier to do in the moment. But sometimes you gotta be able to think on your feet. And in that situation, you buy time, you let everybody calm down, you make somebody mental, then you have the conversation. Yeah. Okay, so bottle to your chest, chin down. Another 8 or 9 materialization breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Your awareness is on your back heart. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just be still. Awareness is on your back heart. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths again. Just pause and be still. Now, keep your eyes closed. Think of some unrealistic standard that either you've already thought of, or if something new has arisen in your mind, think about it. And as you think about it, your awareness is on the back heart, not even inhaling yet. You're just thinking about it. Your awareness is on your back heart. Keep thinking about it. Your awareness is on the back heart, and now you're inhaling whatever oil you were just using. But keep thinking about the situation as you inhale. Just be still. Think of those standards. Think of issues that lead to self-doubt. Are you criticizing yourself? There's this saying that we used to use in, well, a long time ago in healing. And it was just a simple phrase. It's progress, not perfection. You're just always looking for progress. Perfection is not something that's attainable, right? But progress is very attainable. Even if you're not good at something, you're not good at something right now. Doesn't mean that's not going to change. You apply yourself, you learn, you have experience. All of a sudden, something that was negative becomes why you're successful. So it's always about making progress. It's not about where you're at. You keep making progress with whatever's going on. So just reflect a moment on areas where it brings self-doubt or self-criticism. Even if you can only focus on the criticism, sit with it for a minute and start to see, are you aware of what even causes the criticism? Let's do a little experiment. I mean, we have a little extra time, and so let's do a little experiment. Just put your oils down. Just put everything down. We're just going to do this little back and forth for a moment. Think of some situation, even if it's, let's just do it like this. Think of an area where you doubt yourself or you criticize yourself, wherever that might be. If you really have a hard time with that, good for you, but most of us have a list, right? So now, just observe you criticizing yourself or doubting yourself. Just kind of sit with it for a moment. Just observe it. Not even trying to figure it out. You're not trying to manage it. You're not trying to release it. You're just going, what is this? What really is this? Now, go to your body. Check in with your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Do you feel it in your chest? Do you feel it in your back? Do you feel it in your throat? You feel it in your temples and jaws. You feel it in your feet, in your pelvis. Wherever you feel it, wherever you feel an uncomfortable tension, clamping down, whatever, heaviness, just keep your awareness on that spot. go back to the self-doubt or the self-criticism, the issue, whatever it is, observe it again. Observe yourself doing it, the tendency to do it, the motivation to do it, whatever it is you're tapping into, just observe it. Now again, go back and check into your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Just sit with it. Hey, shake it off for a moment. So we're going to go back through and we'll do that last process again where we did it with the oils, but I wanted to do just a little bit of more self-examination. It's not necessarily in your notes in the booklet, but we all have like self-criticism. We all have self-doubts, right? But sometimes when you sit with it and you observe it, you realize a lot of times it's not something you decided to think. It's a byproduct of somebody else or some situation, right? So for example, like I knew this person that like in their circle of friends, family, whatever you want to call it, that especially when it was somebody close to them, if they got sick or hurt themselves or got injured, this person would get super angry and super hostile at the person. Like just super, super hostile. And then later, you know, sometimes the person would feel justified, but sometimes then she'd start being super hostile and critical of herself when she would get injured, right? Or sick or something, like if she got the flu, she would get super hostile with herself. And so, you know, at first we talked, you know, we did some talk therapy with some energy work and a little bit of oils and not a whole lot was happening. So I was like, okay, let's just do the thing. Sit with the criticism. Just like, you know, you're criticizing other people, you're criticizing yourself, you're judging others. And, you know, she did it for a little bit and she was like, nothing. Like you could tell she didn't want to do it, right? And so I was like, no, let's just sit with it. Let's just, you know, let's just sit with it. And so she sat with it and we did kind of something very similar. Think of the situation, feel it in your body. Think of the situation, feel it in your body. Situation, body. And it seems really simple and it seems really whatever, but a lot of these things are locked in your connective tissue. And when you go through and you feel that weirdness, that agitation, that clamping down, you're kind of bringing that trauma or that event more to your awareness so you can release it. You know, it's basically like an energy cyst that's stuck in the tissue. And so as she started doing it, she was like, like it was 20 minutes, like it was a while, right? But she had this realization. So she grew up, she was raised by a single parent, her mom, her mom was always super busy. And when like one of the children would get sick, it would throw the schedule off. Like her mom's like juggling all these different things. And so her mom would get upset. Like her mom would get super angry. And so over a period of time, that just became what you do when somebody is sick is you get pissed at them. Like, you know, you get super angry at them because her mom was probably doing more than she had time for, was overwhelmed. You know, it was just too much on her plate. She had several kids and she was raising them all. And when something like this would happen, it was like the breaking point for the mom, right? And so as she grew up, just anytime somebody around her got sick, she would get super upset, but then eventually got upset at herself, right? And so, you know, you go through and you have that realization, and then you start putting your awareness on it, and then you start working it with this process. Pretty soon, she goes, I would have the stimulation of, I want to get upset at this person. She said, but after doing it several times, she goes, it would come up, but then I wouldn't act on it. And then over a period of time, it stopped coming up, right? It just stopped coming up. And she goes, I stopped getting upset at other people. And then she said, I noticed that I started to not get upset at myself when I got sick or hurt, right? So at first the manifestation was in other people, but then later she could go deeper and go, I get upset at myself pretty badly when that happens. So you can visit this issue. Yeah, you can visit this issue first. If it's like, if certain kinds of people just rub you the wrong way, sit with it. Just sit with it, because it's going to take you to something that you're being hard on yourself about at whatever it is. It's not about the other people. It's not about accepting the other people. It's not about changing your behavior with other people. That will all happen with the realization. They're like a gatekeeper to some piece of yourself. So you go, these people who do this, they really piss me off. And then you kind of sit with it. You go, yeah, I'm really kind of pissed off at myself about that. And then you go deeper and you're like, I'm super judgy of myself about that, right? And so just like how we say it for other people, like they're protecting themselves somehow, but they're on autopilot. Here you're saying, let's bring it to the counter. Let's look at it. Like if it's going to be something that we judge it, let's judge it in a way that's not being all weird and emotional. Like, look at it, let's take some action. Or maybe I need to be easier on myself. Or maybe there's something here that needs to be healed. Maybe there's something that I just need to be more cognitive of when it happens so that I can make a different choice. Maybe it's going back to the thing of, I got to dress like Elvis when I go to the thing. So, you know, because if you think about the Elvis thing that happened earlier in the day, it's also whimsical, it's lighthearted. And if the situation is heavy, I don't know what it's like. It kind of changes. Yeah, she said it's intense. It just changes the dynamic to make it like almost like, hey, there's a clown here. Let's everybody laugh and look at the clown, right? It changes the dynamic. And so even the person's like Elvis thing that she had come to her awareness, it has like a meaning. It has something, right? You're looking for something in the situation. So think of a situation where somebody rubs you the wrong way, or you get really super judgy about yourself, whatever it is. You're not going to have to share it. So just, you know, be like, I get really judgy when fill in the blank. Now, feel it in your body. Go to your body, feel it in your body. How does that feel?
It's okay.
Yeah.
Way better than earlier.
Yeah.
Different place.
Hmm? Yeah. So somebody here said, like going to their body, like compared to before, it feels a little bit better, feels a little bit different, but she feels it in a very different place in her body. That's kind of normal. It's going to bounce around a little bit. You're still aware of your body. Think of the situation. Think of the criticism, the judgment, the doubt. Feel it in your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Okay, just let it go for a moment. Keep your eyes closed. Just be still. Begin inhaling that oil that you used the last time. Your awareness is on your low back, opposite the navel.
Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your spine. Just be still. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Loose. Just be still. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Now think of those situations where you would doubt yourself, criticize yourself, judge yourself. Let's go ahead and share experiences or ask questions or all of the above. You can unmute yourself or type in. Or you can be silent, it's okay. Like, you know, it feels relaxing, but think of it like this. It's relaxing because it took a kind of tension out of your system. You know, it's not just like, oh, it's sedating. It's like it's resolving a tension that's there. When that tension goes away, it feels like you can just go a little bit deeper and go, you know, just, you know, sometimes you don't realize that agitation's there until it's gone. And then when it's gone, you're like, oh yeah, that was there. That's been there for a while.
Well,
Yeah, you had a question?
it's kind of a comment. That was the hardest one so far. for
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Really, and it's
She,
still hard.
she's saying that that was the hardest one out of all of them so far. And it is because you're challenging like beliefs or a standard that's being kind of placed upon you. You know what I mean?
When
And so,
I was doing a lot of it, whenever I would examine my body and my spine all throughout the day, I felt it, you know, in the back part of my spine, back heart area. But when I was really doing like my self-doubt and kind of self-criticism, I really felt it strong in my front heart.
right. So he was saying he'd feel it bounce around throughout the day, but like when we were really doing the self-doubt stuff, he was feeling it in the front heart. And you had a,
Also, I noticed there's like it's more than one situation, like in a class years ago, that it was about forgiveness.
Mhm.
So, or not necessarily forgiveness, it's the same kind of question, like things that you're trying to eliminate.
Sure.
And it was about a person who I wanted them, I needed their acceptance
Mhm.
about what I was doing.
Mhm.
And I had because vertically challenged. I had my feet on my backpack and my phone started to vibrate, and it was the person calling me while we were doing the meditation saying, I know that you know a lot about this and I just need to get your opinion on it.
Mhm.
So today it's the same person, me wanting them to accept me, but it was a totally different way.
Oh, nice.
And before it was over, I mean, I felt it all around, but by the time it was over, I did not give a rat's age cheddar about it. I mean,
Right.
I just could care less.
Right.
So
So-
it felt like it was totally different things,
Right.
but the same.
Right. So she's saying like it's with the one person, right?
Yeah.
So she said it's this one person, but there's all these over the years she's done healing stuff, and there's just all these different pieces. And she's done some work in the past, and like certain pieces would feel better, but when she did this process right now, she was like, "Yeah, I could care less about any of it, like across the board, right?" Let's face it. There are certain people in our life that you could say they're the most judgy, right? They're the most judgy. They're the most like going to give their opinion. There's, whatever it is, fill in the blank. And yeah, they want to know their opinions being heard, and they make a lot of efforts,
Well,
right?
it's mom, so it
Right.
made a lot of difference.
Yeah. So she was saying it's her mom. So that person has a lot of influence over you no matter what. And then in these areas, some of it is, I don't know, that's the way maybe the mom was brought up, but not necessarily great in these times. If you look at even just society has changed dramatically in the last 5 years. So even if you're running a businesses that ran a particular way 10 years ago, not acceptable anymore. Like it's probably going to tailspin if you keep trying to do it the old way, right? So things change. It's part of evolution. And so it's natural to challenge the standards of old times, of the family. And it doesn't mean hostile or aggressive, but it's just like, yeah, I'm just not going to do that. It's like at the temple, like when I'm not doing the Hare Krishna. I wasn't hostile about it, wasn't angry about it. I was just not participating. Like, I'm just not going to do it. And, people gave me the stink eye. I was like, I could care less. I'm still not doing it. Right. Sometimes it's just that simple where like everybody else can keep doing it. I'm fine with that. I do not care. But for me, no.
Yeah, go ahead, Balaji.
Hey, Balaji.
Hi, Greg.
Hey.
Great class again. So one question, right? We've like done several sections. In each of the section, for example, because you mentioned as part of the materialization, right? So the light comes in and it sort of like displaces whatever, like the old stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So do you also have to follow that up with like a positive affirmation, for example? I don't know, I'm not smart, I'm not good enough. Should you just replace that with, oh, I'm smart or something? No?
You can if it makes sense to your mind, but this is what I would say about that. Sometimes even that affirmation is self-limiting.
Okay.
Maybe there's something even better or bigger or in a slightly different direction that affirmation would like kind of pigeonhole you a little bit.
Okay, so you let the light do its job. Is that what you're saying?
Just let the light do all the light in the plants, the oils, let them do all the heavy lifting.
Okay.
Yeah. Just let them do all the heavy lifting.
Okay. So,
like I was teaching something in India and we're doing these modules. And so then I do a follow-up with the center that we're teaching out of. And, she kept saying, well, why did you choose this mantra? Why did you choose like this or that? And at one point I said, I didn't choose anything. This is what the light, like bringing in the light, this is the instructions that are in the light. Like it wasn't me choosing any of it. We think of light as just light, but in the light, there is consciousness, there is information, there is a transmission of it's not information the way our left brain thinks of information. It's almost like like a blueprint to establish like a greater order is in the light. And so, like I told her, like, I'm not choosing the mantras, the light's the one choosing the mantras. I'm just listening to the information come in. And like at first, like, because the logical mind is like, I'm doing this for this, I'm doing this for this, I'm doing this to bring this in, and I'm doing this to bring this in. So why are we doing this? And I'm like, we're bringing in the light. The light's telling me the instructions on how to physicalize it. Like, that's all that's happening. And we went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then I had to keep saying, in the light, there's consciousness. In the light, there's instruction. In the light, there's a transmission. You're not just bathing in light like a light bulb. You're bathing in divine intelligence. And divine intelligence isn't a light bulb. It is information and instruction. It establishes a certain order. So our affirmations are coming from the left side of the brain where you're trying to make something happen. Where here you're just saying, let the light come in, let the evolutionary process come in, let it establish a better order for me to have some sort of happiness, fulfillment, stability in my life. You know, because the light eventually turns into love, which is providence and order. So at first, the blueprint has to come in, and then at some point, order is established, providence is established.
It's basically also linked to, again, like the surrender or Sharanagati, some, in the sense you're letting the light do the job, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
You're so welcome. It's just,
So for me, this one was the hardest.
yeah, so another one saying this one's the hardest. Yeah.
Even in the end, it's the left side of my lower back.
Is that normal or not normal?
It was different than all of the other.
Okay, but like
Like,
having a low
usually
back
when
issue, do you have a low back issue or no?
Feel like I have a lower back issue, cause like
You'd know. Yeah.
like I don't like I've been diagnosed with having low back issues, but it's gotten better as I get healthier.
Okay.
So compared to all of the other exercises we've done today, like it's been the middle of my back
Mhm.
versus it actually being just a side of
Mhm.
my back.
Mhm.
That's why I was more specific left side,
Mhm.
left lower side. So that was very different for me. But as I was sitting here, it was being released, especially when I was doing the circles with my hips.
Mhm.
It was being released.
Nice.
So
Very good. Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah, Hilda.
I found it interesting catching over unrealistic standards. I might feel I was held
Mm-hmm.
to turn the question around and ask where I might have been guilty of that.
Yeah, so she's saying kind of the thing like unrealistic standards that she's been held to. She's like, when have I had unrealistic standards with other people? That's very much the case. You know, I can just go into my personal like data bank and go trying to get somebody to love you that doesn't really have the ability to love.
It's either way.
Yeah, it's like it's okay. You know, I could beat my head on that wall over and over and over and over and over again. They are who they are. You know, they're doing the best that they can. It might not be meeting my standard, but you know. Yeah. Anybody else?
Someone had a question. How do you deal with bitterness and jealousy?
In yourself or in others?
And others.
In others? Where there's my joke answer that I say right off the bat, like anything they say to you, just go, you are.
That's the
Well,
little kid.
trust me, that's about the level they're at, for sure.
The joke's not that far off.
It's
Yeah.
not at all.
Yeah, like, so the you know, bitterness is it's a kind of like a resentment, like it's, you know, maybe cousins with resentment. So they have a hard time, they probably hold grudges and they have a hard time letting go or have a hard time forgiving, right? So one of the things that you can do some version of this where you can go, okay, just silently, you know, the divinity in me recognizes the divinity in you. You know, the divine spark in me recognizes the divine spark in you, right? So that's one level. Another level, you can keep your awareness on the crown and the throat, raise your hands up, and just radiate like visualize a pink, like just radiate a pink towards them. And that will ease it somewhat. You know, the oil, like we're talking about this next weekend in the psychic, the mystical side of self, what do we call it? Mystical approach to psychic protection, right? And so part of what we do there is we use that oil blend gamma first in ourselves and then towards other people, because it changes how our energy bodies interact with each other, right? So that could be another thing, but
And gamma's one of your essential oils.
yeah, gamma is one of the oils. It's in the kit for next weekend, and it's been in past kits, and so even with that, even if you just do like you think of the person, and even without an oil, right? You can think of the person and go from your low back area to the area between your shoulder blades up to the top of your head. And then think of the person again, and then repeat low back, middle of the upper back, you know, the back heart area, and then the top of the head, and let go. And do that 3 or 4 times. Because that's a pattern for transmutation, because you're transmuting the energy. It basically sets up a momentum with them to let go of the bitterness, especially specific to you. Might not let them let go of all the bitterness, but to you, it lets it go. Jealousy is a little bit different, because jealousy is basically they either see you, or if it's in a relationship, they just basically, it's about competition. Like it's basically, they're just insecure, right? And because of the insecurity, everything becomes a competition for attention, affection, your connection, or lack of, you know, whatever it is. It's about that competitive thing. That's a little bit harder to deal with, but you know, because you're dealing with insecurity. I mean, sometimes people just have boatloads of that.
Yeah.
It's a hard one to deal with. And another person, you know what you could do? Do the materialization breath like we were doing.
Yeah.
Visualize the person and just see them loving themselves.
Oh, interesting. That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, because really that's what it is. They're insecure. They feel that they're not relevant, they're not lovable, they're not something. And so it's not going to change it overnight, but even by having that connection, you know, it's not like when you pray for somebody and you're really genuinely, you know, like following the mechanics. It's not you praying for somebody else and it's a separate thing. It's like there's this connection that happens between you and the person as you pray for the person. It's like together you're trying to bring forth the prayer, right? And so, like, think of that materialization breath. Like when I was first taught that breath, like back long time ago, I was told this is how you pray,
right? You would hold the prayer and then you would go through and you would do that process, and then you would hold the prayer and you would do it. And then later, the prayers became about materializing something. And so, but the very first thing that I was shown was, this is how you pray. And so in that, pray for them to have self-love.
Okay, thank you.
You can use like interesting. This is really weird. I wouldn't have guessed this in a million years. Use some form of time, like time.
Okay.
And this would not be for across the board, but for this person, they don't have the energy to love themselves.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So time
Like
liminal?
but any of the times, like any of the times. Yeah. But for this particular person that we're talking about, it's like they almost feel like there's a little bit of like, it feels hopeless because they don't have the energy to feel. And like using the time will, you're using it in you, but there's the connection. And what will happen is it will start giving them more energy to actually just even feel their feelings.
Wow. So do I do it internally for myself, or?
No, just inhale it, just how like we were doing the materialization breath. Sit, connect to that person, think about the person, hold them in the heart, then let it go, then bottle to your chest, chin down, and then do the materialization breath. But do it like several segments, do it like 2 or 3 times. Then maybe the next day, do it a couple more times. Do it until you see some change.
Thank you. I think that's going to help. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Does that resonate? Like the thing about like them not having the energy?
Yeah, there's something, it does. It's almost like it does in a strange way. It's almost like she doesn't have the nourishment for it. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Like sometimes it'll come across as like depression, like with what I'm seeing. And sometimes, how you just are around somebody and they're mental, but like it never comes to emotion, like unless they're having like a meltdown or something. But like they're not empathic, they don't feel something. If you say, oh, look, there's puppies, they'll go, there's like no emotional component. It's because the emotional body's super depleted.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope that helps.
I thank you very much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. If you're around the person, you can't go up and just necessarily, I mean, you may be able to, but like this is what I do to my family all the time when I see them. Like if I went up and said, here, put this on your wrist, it'll make you feel better. They'll like, get that weird stuff away from me. So I put 6-8 drops on and then I go stand next to them. How you doing?
I'll carry it on me then. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so right. Yeah.
Question.
Yeah, finally.
Is it possible for other people to have reactions when we are going through and doing these protocols or during class? Someone that is indirectly tied to the issues that we have been working on.
It's always possible. We're all interconnected. If you start to make a shift, sometimes it causes movement in people around you, or if it's something specific to what you're working on, it could cause a shift, sure. Yeah.
When we were doing the unrealistic expectations, I was really having a hard time finding an expectation that was unrealistic. And like all the stuff, I mean, they didn't feel unrealistic. they just felt like I wasn't fulfilling them.
Maybe your unrealistic expectation is that there's no unrealistic expectations.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so what she was saying is she was having a hard time finding unrealistic expectations. Just tap onto certain situations in your life and let the plant and the light figure out if it's unrealistic or not.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
I can do that. I would
Yeah.
love to do that.
yeah. You should. Yeah. Yeah.
So, like you, similar, but like I wasn't really coming up with things. It was just
Yeah.
I was feeling it in my
So,
body.
right.
Like, I don't know what it is. There, so I'ma just
Right. So somebody else is saying like she had a hard time coming up with unrealistic expectations. So here's the thing. Go to times where you criticize yourself or doubt yourself. Because like sometimes when you go, okay, challenge unrealistic expectations, you might not be aware of that they're there, but like if you want to get the scent of where they're at, look at self-doubt, self-criticism, self-judgment, and just follow that trail. It'll get you to where there's something unrealistic there.
I know one of mine is anger.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
I can't stand like getting angry
Mhm.
and the intense emotions that others bring to me when they're angry. So I know what
So
that
I would start with that.
was.
Yeah, yeah. Start with that and just see where it leads you. Anybody else?
Somebody's wondering, I wonder if that would help my niece as well, what you were telling Denise for their particular person.
Oh, give
The
me,
not having the energy.
tell me the details or like just give me a little bit of detail so I can have something to tap into. You don't have to give me names and stuff. Just give me a little bit of details.
Hi, Greg.
Hey.
This is a younger person who seems depressed a lot of the time, doesn't seem to have the energy to take care of her affairs and keep her life together. And when you said doesn't have the energy, that struck with me. I mean, I think her energy is inconsistent.
I would actually, it's a little bit different for this person. Still do the materialization breath, still think of them, but for them, either Melissa or like Roman chamomile or milfoil, something like that.
Okay.
For this person, it's a lot of internalized anger.
Anger, huh?
Not expressed.
Okay.
And it's probably directed at herself or himself or whoever it is. So like in that, like shutting down the ability to feel means that you don't have to tap into the anger.
That makes sense. I might have
Yeah.
gone to ineffectual as opposed to anger, but I get the anger
Yeah,
piece.
yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sometimes like anger when it's like internal and it's directed at yourself, it's not like anger like "Arr!" It's more like it can be like a self-loathing, it can be like a self-hatred, it could be something along that lines, and the person doesn't want to tap into it, so then they suppress the emotion so they don't have to feel it. Because they don't, like in a way, they don't know what to do with it. So if they suppress it, then they don't have to feel it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
This person also has a very, very strong fear of being alone. I don't know if that's a separate issue or those things are connected
Probably
at all.
tied in. It's probably tied into it all.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Again, the chamomile and the Melissa is where I would go with all that. Like one of the best things to do with anger, like Roman chamomile will dissipate it. Melissa will dissipate it really fast. Melissa will dissipate the amount of lower emotions being generated. So it makes it easier to deal with the emotions that are there. If that makes sense.
I'll get my Melissa, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I take Melissa every day for that. Just to keep emotions like, you know. Because lower emotions, remember, lower emotions are physiological in nature. It's your physiology generating them. It's not that you're feeling something. Your body's trying to tell you, do this, do that, do this, do that, do this, do that. Don't touch the hot stove. Get away from this, get away from that. You know, it's trying to maintain a certain balance and a certain level of comfort. And so how it gets you to take action in the environment is through the generation of lower emotions. Lower emotions, if they can be transmuted, can turn into higher emotions, but a lot of times they just get like built up and then you try to find a way to disperse them, right? But if, like, say you're at work and somebody's threatening you with abandonment, you're upset and angry because you're like, I got to make this abandonment thing not happen. Like, what do I need to do to not make this happen? I need to stay within the group. I need to stay within the herd. I need to stay where I can keep my job. So then maybe anger or fear or frustration get generated. You know, it's not always anger, but it's some lower emotion. You have to take steps. You have to be careful. You have to, and then fill in the blank. And so at some point, you know, you get older, the body has the ability to generate all kinds of things because you've had all kinds of bad experiences. So just keeping them like kind of calm down is ideal, because then you can have like normal emotional interactions. Doesn't mean that you still don't maybe get upset, but you get over it really quick. There's a couple people, add that to my list. Yeah.
Doesn't that suppress the anger eventually?
It's not suppressing, it's not getting generated. It's just not getting generated. Yeah. Yeah. So somebody's saying, is it suppressing it? And it's actually, it's just not generating it.
So it's like someone saying, oh, so you're fasting for that long. Aren't you gonna affect your organs? It's like, no, like I've been practicing this for years now. So no, and then it's like, well, it's a lot of crazies out there on the road. So, you know, be careful. I was like, well, yeah, but I'm safe. I'm divinely protected already. So it's
So you could still say, like, you could start joking, like when people like that, somebody's saying like the fasting, you go, yeah, is it going to affect my organs? Yeah, in a good way.
Yeah, that's the point.
And then they were like, there's a lot of crazies in the world. And I'm like, but I'm not one of them. But do you have any tinfoil? You know, I hear crazy people love tinfoil. I love tinfoil.
feel this way. I was like, well, you know, all of the places that I've ever been, I'm very welcome. So I
Mhm. Mhm.
share with you. So, you know, it's a lot of, okay,
Mhm.
no, that's not my experience. Then maybe that's your
Mhm.
freaking
Right,
experience.
right, right.
It's not my experience.
Mhm. Anybody else?
Yeah. Go ahead, Dan, or
Yeah, Dan this time. Hey, yeah, this was like a lot of like chasing the shoulda, woulda, coulda, you know?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I'm poking myself at this, you know? It's kind of like, and sitting with that, it's like, man, it's like a thread of a sweater, because it's kind of like there's a lot of winding thing. I mean, there was a lot of gut started in the head, eyes, and then went to the gut, and then it just stayed in the gut. So I'm thinking there's a lot of childhood kind of stuff that could be the root of those
A
perceptions.
lot of this
and
is
stuff. And
childhood or a behavior or pattern that we learned in childhood, and then we just continued as we go. Yeah.
yeah, so it's still kind of like, out of all the classes that I've been with, that you've shared, that I've been in, this is like the most. The other ones are like so, you get so blissful and so and this one's like, I mean, I'm digging deep into this one, but it's in a good way,
Try going back to the first one, and not even the whole protocol, but just try inhaling the John Moroza or whatever you used in that very first protocol, and see if that doesn't soothe things a bit.
Okay.
Yeah. See if that helps.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Great questions, guys. Greg does have to get to a blessing here, so.
Yeah, they're is it Christina Ng's, what's the name of the?
Oh yeah, her bodega.
She's opening up a healing center tonight. We're going to do a blessing in about an hour. So you're more than welcome to join. It's a Zoom link that's coming from her, but we do this a lot of times for healing centers and things, but we don't usually do them on Zoom. But she asked to do this one on Zoom if you guys want to participate. So it's one of Christina.
Christina
Yeah.
Yeah, so Greg's gonna do a blessing, open up the ceremony for her space.
So it'll be in about an hour. So you guys, you can come hang out here, or there's a Zoom that she's posting.
Okay, so back here at 7.
Well, a way of seeing if I regulate certain things very fastly for myself. Like I had this incident where my brother and I got into an altercation. He picked me up and dumped me in the yard, but as soon as everybody else was reacting, I started thinking about his safety. So is that like the quicker route of me learning how to diffuse a situation before it gets out of hand?
Hard to say. I mean, I think you're trying to diffuse the situation, but there's probably like after everything calms down, there's probably still something like, to sit with and just see like, okay, what happens when these kinds of things happen? You know what I mean? I mean, I think it was a good reaction, but I'd still like sit with it like after the fact. Yeah.
So you hurt me, but I don't want them to hurt you.
Right. No, that's a very healthy thing to be.
Yeah, that's a bigger situation.
Yeah,
than
yeah.
If everybody hurts you, because then that's
Right.
bigger. That affects the whole
Right.
community.
Right.
So
Yeah. Yeah. So we're good.
That's the question.
Okay, so we'll be back 10 o'clock in the morning for tomorrow's session. But if you want to join us for the healing center, be back here, and we'll be going live in an hour. So maybe 10 till or 5 till.